Nah, that ain't it. All right. I gotta put my head all the way down there in the comments and stuff. Got so much stuff on this thing, man. See something real quick. About to get this started real quick, man. We back. We back, baby. Let me see. Let's see. Let's switch this thing real quick. Switch that real quick. What the heck? Everybody doing them NPCs. Wow. How many she got? Oh, she got 9,000 people in now. It's the new money maker. That's the new money maker. Somebody put down what the call is the sun. Is on into by the power of the Holy. May you be healed and blessed. Amen. Amen. I feel you. Let me see something real quick. Yes, yes, yes. Ice cream so good. Wow. Uh, wow. About to switch this up a little bit. Are deemed what? Let me see something real quick. Give me a shaky. By nine, I got the switch on my. What the heck? Hold up. Now I gotta switch this up a little bit. A little bit. maybe I gotta switch them words up. I think I put the wrong words. I just noticed that. Give me a second, y'all. If y'all can hit them likes and share, man, we about to get it going. So instead of deemed, I gotta put the word demonized. I'm messing up. I messed up. This thing popping and crackling and stuff, man. Yeah, I gotta change this up. Hold up real quick, y'all. It ain't deemed, I ain't mean to put down. I'm putting down demonized. It's a better word. I gotta change my background. I was trying to make a shortcut to the word, but I guess I couldn't do that. Okay, all that changed, huh? Interesting. What the? That's not how you spell it. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. And then how I forget a whole I. All right. Give me a second. Give me a break. Give me a break. Give me 1 second. I think that's it. There we go. We good on that. Then the last one. Nope. That's not it. Okay, there we go. Okay, we good now. So gotta save it. Anyone are different. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? We about to get somewhere today, though. We about to see something real quick. I just want to see everybody's interpretation of what they feel about this. I got a different answer. I want to see if other people have other answers or what they feel. What they feel. What they feel. Give me 1 second. The wording will be changed in about 1 minute, less than 1 minute. 1 minute. Say that. Bluetooth it. Okay, we should be good. We should be good. Oh, yes, you thought you was going to catch me slipping. I look right up at it. Yep, you ain't going to catch me slipping. Thought you was going to get away and do it while my head was down. Nah. We changed this background up now. Instead of deemed, we wanted to put demonized. There we go. We Gucci now. We Gucci now. I thought you wasn't gonna know. I'm on the other page. Nope. Nope. We gotta catch those. How you feeling, man? How you feeling? All right, y'all. I got the word and changed up. We about to get interested. I want to see different point of views and stuff on this issue. What's the deal, Miss Lion? I see you. I see you. Get this Wednesday started. You know, I got to come back on Wednesday with the controversial stuff. That's my new thing I'm starting doing. Get it controversial real quick.
That box a little
So,
little today, ain't it?
it is. I know. I'm about to get even tinier too until next week. It was a perfect time to have all these words up here. That's my
I'm trying.
excuse. I was like, hey, I couldn't fit in the words. I didn't want to block the words off.
I have to make my little box. I'm so
It be
tired of you. I'm not doing
by the
this.
time Saturday come, I'm about to put a whole paragraph on and make sure my
I'm
face in
just,
the comments. So who was that talking?
ain't even gonna see you. It's just gonna be the background. That's it.
I wasn't feeling it today, y'all. I just want y'all to read, pay attention.
Now you know if you make it too long, they're gonna be like, I can't read all of that.
That's exactly. And then when I had a fresh cut, it's just gonna be no background. I'm gonna just tell y'all. Look,
Don't worry about the
the
comment. Don't
topic
worry about the
is pay
topic. I'm gonna tell
attention.
you. Look at my
Um,
lineup. Thank my barber.
right. It's above the line, right? Right above the lineup.
I
That's
can't
funny.
stand. Ooh, you
Why
making
you
me
had the
sweat.
point that I know everybody been seeing and everybody, everybody like, oh, this box is big or it's small.
We know what that
Mm-mm.
means.
What's
Right.
up, Kev? What's up, brother?
Misty, how you feeling? How you feeling?
Man, feeling 100, blessed to be alive.
Hey, that's what I like to hear. That's what I love to hear. Nah, for real, what do you look for?
Huh? Am I reading that right?
Nah, I don't even know if that person here you talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about. Yeah, somebody trying to be funny.
Because, I was going to get stupid. Never mind.
Yeah,
Never
no, right.
mind.
Ain't no point, right? I already know. Man, people already starting already. Dang, can I at least start the so the topic here? No, yeah, this topic I try to come with it for different and I try to even it out a little bit too. I just want to see everybody's point of view on it. Of course I got my point of view, but I want to hear different angles and stuff. So I know some things.
Well, let
But
me hit on one of it, Kevin. Let's go ahead and get this party rocking.
get the party
And
rocking, you feel me? You feel me? All
yes,
right,
I feel you all the
we go
way.
we go
You're right there. Men are praised for having a lot of sex and
mm-hmm.
getting high-fived and this, that, and the other. While us women, if we are doing that exact same thing that men are doing, we hoes, we tricks, we chicken
Mm-hmm.
heads, we all these different things, and it ain't
Mm-hmm.
even cool because we doing the same thing that you're doing, but yet you want to call us out of our names for doing what you do.
Mm-hmm. So why do you think that is that way? Hmm.
I just kind of feel that it's that way because it's a double standard. Men think they can do that they're above the woman and they're entitled to do what they do when it comes to that, but a woman shouldn't because we are supposed to carry ourselves differently.
Hmm. Okay. I ain't gonna do no rebuttals yet. I'm just gonna let everybody get their point of view before I say it. So how you feel about it? Since Petty, go ahead, pick you. How you feel about number one?
Number one's wild, but I mean, personally, I feel like, men shouldn't be out here having a whole bunch of sex either. I need them to have that bougie keep it to yourself. It's not worth it. Half of these
Hmm.
people be crazy. They don't, you know what I mean? And
Hmm.
I hate when y'all say, I know hate's a strong word, but I hate when y'all say like, well, men, we smash what we can and women smash what they want. And I'm over here like, nah, no, that's not right. That shouldn't be just because Miss Boogerwolf
Hey, you
with
done
the big
stole my
booty.
answer. I was about to get to that too. You done stole it from me. Dang. You done demonized my answer. I'm about to give. Say, but it's gonna be
That's
worded a little different. But yeah, I hear you.
well,
So what you
I
think the
don't
reason is though? Hmm.
because society pushes that. You know what I'm saying? If a man does it, he's the man.
Hmm.
Like, yeah, you that dude. But nobody's ever telling him like, nah, sir, you not. You're supposed to hold that, You're supposed to hold yourself valuable just as much as you want us women to be valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Like it shouldn't be. I never understood that with women because y'all taking something inside y'all. Okay, well, men, y'all should cherish y'all sticks more because y'all the ones putting it inside of them. You get
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? Like it don't make no sense. I feel like when that player era came around and everybody was like, yeah, it's good to be smashing a whole bunch of females. Nobody was telling men on the opposite end, like, sir, you a king, you don't gotta do that.
Right.
No, just cause she over here like, yeah, come do me, that don't mean you gotta, sir. Like, we need somebody need to be out here telling men to have that bougie D.
Mm.
Like, nah,
Yeah, I
you're
like
not good
that.
enough.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? Like, nah, you're not good enough for this. I'm not. I'd rather have lotion in my hand. Ma. I'm not about to do this with
Lotion
you.
and emotion.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like men, y'all got the bad end of the stick in this little game of women versus men because nobody sat there and told y'all that y'all should cherish yourself as much
Mm.
as us women should cherish ourselves. You get what I'm saying? Am I saying it right? Because you better at it light skin than I am. But
Come on. I hear you
you know,
though. My answer's
but
gonna
they
be a little bit different from both of y'all's though. I was just, that was my, I mean, I got a different reason though. I mean, I know the reason. It's basically kind of what you said in a way, but I'm wording it different. But, yeah, what's the deal, my brother? I ain't seen you in 100. How you feel about this? What will be the reason? You can tell me how you feel about it too, just like they did. Then tell me the reason why you think it's that way.
It's all double standards from both sides. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
It's double standards from both sides, male, female. I mean, this topic ain't never gonna die, so it's gonna be around. Everybody gonna have their say so from their own point of view, from their own sex as well. Uh, when it comes to their sex, that's societal based wherever you at in the world, because we're looking at it from our society. We ain't looking at it from a world point of view when it comes to sex. Um, of course, women told to make sure you ain't throwing it out there like that.
Yeah.
But women nowadays, especially when what's her name came through, light skin, little red bone. That's a Wiz Khalifa back in the day. Amber Rose, when
I'm
she
gonna
made
fight
that
you, Kevin.
whole, when she had that whole little what's that little slut walk, whatever, just
Um,
making
that sounds
promiscuous
familiar. That's
promiscuous
They had a
activities.
song to that too. Oh yeah, thank you for the F1.
They had a whole a movement on that. So who was responsible for that? Was it the men or was it the women? Because the women was the one that was pushing it. It's like, you're not
Mm,
going to come up here and slut shame me. Well, don't come up here talking about sex is, supposed to be held back, but y'all are promoting it like that. Yeah, your body, your choice. But then again, those choices come with consequences. It's going to come with some backlash to it. So, yeah, you can say all this and that about, yeah, women this, women that. And I'm going to get to the men here shortly because we ain't about to write all the time. But to say that, yeah, we have to preserve ourselves, but we can do what we want with our bodies. And that statement, men can get what they can get and women can get what they want, that's true. I'm waiting for that not to be true. Still waiting. In my 30s, still waiting for that not to be true, not to be seen to be true. 'Cause y'all can pick what y'all want, who y'all want, when y'all want. Man, we ain't got it like that. Let's be real. If we did that, we'll catch a few cases real quick, fast in a hurry. So we ain't gonna play that game. Now for the men, yeah, we be on that bullshit, but then again, what it is, pimping, being players. Yeah, it takes two to play that game as well, male and female. But males, we is talked up to do that. So yeah, we're gonna be out here cheating, do what we want to do, having all these women on our side, going from woman to woman, becoming what y'all call nowadays a Pookie and Ray Ray. I mean, that's been in the hood. That's been around. That ain't going nowhere. That's not going away because it's take two people to play, and then you got several baby mamas for a reason with the same baby daddy. I mean, come on now, the whole tossing this side, that side, shoot, both participants. So the whole sex thing right there and in itself, I mean, it's societal based, depends on the person mentality, where they's raised up, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. So it's a topic that ain't never going to die. You're still going to get the same answers, the same responses. Not much is going to change because you look at people today, and nowadays it's a little bit wilder because it's more open, it's more out there because of the internet, the access of it. dating apps. You know, these little one night flings used to be, you know, something you kept to yourself. Now everybody putting all their business. They licking booty holes and all type of craziness out here. So it takes two. So I ain't gonna say I ain't gonna put it on the men, I ain't gonna put it on women, put it on both of us. You
Mm.
know?
Okay.
So I'm gonna leave that topic there. I don't think you talked about anything else. I'm gonna just stop right there for now.
All right. All right, Marissa, how you feel about number one? Or what you think the reason and how you feel about it too?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for letting me up. This is my first time ever on live, so
Hey,
that's
you came
exciting.
to a good live here.
No, right? I've actually been watching some of your lives lately, and I really like your content and your discussion, so I'm happy to be here. But I think
Me?
that, yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Wow. Thank you.
So I think that men are praised and women are demonized because that's what she doesn't want a man who's inexperienced. She wants a man who's been with other women and knows how to make her feel good. And then for a woman, a man wants someone who's more pure and innocent. So I think that it's the standard that we see from the other gender
Okay, we
that
getting
comes
somewhere.
there.
Oh, you was done? She was talking juicy for a minute.
I'm sorry, I've been sick, so I just walked a little bit. I think I might be getting over a second round of COVID, so I'm trying to catch my breath.
Oh my, yeah.
but
Get your breath. We don't want you talking too. We don't want you. You
Um,
should be alright.
And you
yeah,
know,
and I think that now,
you,
kind of I think Ya said, in the past, it was not as easy even for men to be with so many women because we didn't, travel so far and we didn't have dating apps and we didn't have social media. So if a man were able to sleep with a lot of women in his area, it was kind of seen as a high status. But now women
Right.
are kind of on board with that, and so they're kind of molding themselves to be more in a masculine frame, and that's not really what men in my experience are looking for. So
Mhm.
they're kind of demonized for it. So
Okay. All right. Guess it's my turn. So, I say the bad part first, and then I say how I feel. Well, it ain't gonna be. I don't know so bad. I'm gonna say the reason what I feel why it's like that. Besides it just being a double standard, we already know it's life full of double standards anyway. But I think the reason why men are praised because it's harder for men to get to it. You know what I'm saying? Because the man had to put in the work to even get it. Because we already know that women control the access to sex, right? So and then I think it's kind of like back in time, it just was like the goal was for men to try to find as much as he can, and women to keep it. That's the opposite. Women got to keep it to themselves most of the time, so they got to try not to give it up. And the man was looking to get it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the reason why women is demonized is because they're looked at to keep it or save it for the right person because it's so easy for them to get it. Give it up. You know what I'm saying? It's easy. It's not hard. Like literally any woman to this day can probably go outside and just say, "Hey, I want a little something," and they gonna get the something. That's just how it is. But a man go out there, they're gonna be looking crazy or they're gonna end up in
facts.
jail. So yeah, that's the reason why that's kind of like that, or it's gonna be like that for a long time because yeah, man got to be the one that put in the work, and it's not that hard for women to give it up. But the way I feel about it, I do feel like both sides do need to they need to control themselves, and I see the importance of it. Let me go ahead and I got to throw my years in there. I'm 3 years strong now, celibate, and I see the importance behind it because I get to pick and see the right situations I need to be in, or not get controlled about how I feel about a certain chick because they look all fine and stuff. So I'll be able to override my other head with this head. You know what I'm saying? This head actually works. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it is. I would say that I think both sides need to be able to. They should tame themselves, and if they can, we need to teach our kids how to be at least celibate to marriage or abstain from it, and put their head on something else. Even I don't even me myself, even with the kids, right? I don't even think they should have no girlfriends or boyfriends until they grown, because that like almost setting them up a little bit. You can have you a little girlfriend, but you already know. But we know how that's gonna go. You know what I'm saying? So me myself, I know everybody probably made their choices and stuff, but me myself, I would wait till the kids leave, go at least go to college or something. You know what I'm saying? Then they can get a boyfriend, girlfriend when they be able to pay bills and stuff. But yeah, that's the reason why. To me, that's my point of view. Reason why. So it's number two. Who was oh Misty? Misty number two. How you feel about it?
Well, Kev, honestly, on number two, I mean, that's kind of a hard thing for me because I've never been a daddy's girl. I mean, my dad really wasn't around when I was growing up, and he really didn't step into my life until I was older. And that's after him shutting the door in my face, shutting the door in my face. So I was never really a daddy's girl, but I've seen a lot of mama's boys, and I think sometimes it's over the top as far as mama boys because it's like they want to call mama for every little thing. You can be a mama's boy to an extent, but don't rely on your mom for every single thing when there's something going on in your relationship or in your life. Because at some point you need to be a man and step up and do what you do on your own because of the simple fact your mama ain't always going to be there to guide you. You got to do it on your own.
Okay. Was it Petty next or yeah? Petty. Yeah, Petty. I think it was you next.
Okay, so being a daddy's girl can be dangerous as well, especially if it's a unhealthy um daddy's girl relationship. And I speak that from experience. I love the hell out of my real father. Not saying that he was like the best daddy in the world, but for me, in my eyes, he couldn't do no wrong. It wasn't until I got older, and I want to say maybe like real life, you gonna laugh, but it wasn't until like I met my husband that I was like, yo, the things that I was doing and chasing and the passion was really different versions of my father. The reason why I was so raw was because of my father. And it took me a minute to really like to grasp that. Like don't get me wrong. If you have a positive father relationship and you a daddy's girl, then yes, I get it. They can mold you into being a great woman. You'll be feminine and all of that. But nobody ever speaks about like the toxic side of being a daddy's girl to a toxic father.
Mm.
My father was a street man. He did not know how to be a daddy. He only knew how to be a father. That we didn't have, the Cosby relationships. My father wasn't teaching me about men. He was showing me how to outdo them. He was showing me how to clean, pew pews, hold a switchblade, sell like the best of them, fight like the best of them, treat men to be indisposable, treat women to be indisposable. That's just
Oh,
how
I get you.
he, what I'm saying? He was one of them old school, gangster dudes. Like not one of these play ones now where you get what I'm saying? Like he didn't teach me how to be all feminine and cute and proper and you know what I'm saying? Like this is how you and by the time he actually softened up and got married, like I was already grown. My father was the disciplinary one. My mother, anytime I said something wrong, my mother called him. So me growing up thinking, okay, my father just came over here whooped my behind. Like he didn't hit me like I was no little girl. Like he hit me like I was my brother. You get what I'm saying? So growing up, I would get into certain relationships where it would be super violent. But as soon as the man was like, "Okay, I love you, bring it in," my father did it. So how and that was supposed to be love. So how do I know that this isn't love?
Mm.
If that makes sense. It literally took me being a mom and being married to look back and be like, Dad, you was super toxic. And
Dang.
for the men, let's see, being a mama's boy, as long as they're not ODing. My husband loves his mother. At a drop, like he goes every Sunday, he'll go to New York, make sure she's good. She's a little older. He respects her. So I love the love and relationship that them two have. It's a beautiful thing. He's not a son husband. I feel like that's when it gets toxic too. As long as they, grew up with a good mom and they have a healthy relationship, being a mama's boy is cool. It's that son husband, that toxic mother's love is where there's the problem.
Mm.
Hi, Tony.
Tony in the building. What's the deal, man? All right, what's the deal, man? What's number two?
Yeah, yeah, yes indeed. Let's check it out. Yeah, that daddy girl thing, man, that stuff so blown out the way. I mean, she just spoke on it really, but it's not like that for all occasions. But I have a homeboy who's engaged right now to a daddy's girl, and it's hell on his head. And it's like, well, from my experiences when I dealt with daddy's girls, it's like, she could never do no wrong. My sister, she was like that. Like, she was always right. Although she out here causing hell in the house and on the streets, it's like, that's daddy's girl. She can never do no wrong with my eyesight. But when it comes to the boys being, mama's boys, you soft, you a sis, you this and that, weak, you can't be independent. But then what you call a daddy's girl, she was running the daddy for something. She can't be independent. She can't hold up for herself. She always got to run to him. But then she's supposed to get a man that emulates her father. But then again, you're not looking like the flaws of your father and the things that he has failed to teach you or look out for. Things that you should look for that is going to be a benefit to yourself. How are you going to help that man that you want to be with if you don't know how to experience bad times with that man? Because you've been raised in this mentality, this mindset that this man has to always take care of you and do for you this and that, woo, woo, woo. But when it comes to a man, it's like, no, we want to start, 10 toes down, 50, 11 jobs, this and that. We can never depend on nobody, can't run to our mama, this and that. It's backwards. And I'm not going to say it's all like that for everybody, but we know what it is. We see who it mainly affects the most. You get on this TikTok app, you can see the conversation that goes on about it. You can see how it impacts the mentality of people. But also when it comes to more boys or men being mama's boys, who's usually raising them, especially in our community, unfortunately, is usually the women. So is that his fault for being a mama's boy if that's all he's been around and not having positive male role models in his life? Nah, it's not. And then, you're going with other guys in the streets that's only being raised by women as well. I mean, you're going to fault him for being a mama's boy? Nah. But we do. But if you have critical thinking skills and to get past just the surface level of things and really look down deeper inside what the heck was really going on, you can understand a few things. But not everybody has that type of mentality or eyesight or mind sight to understand that. So when it comes to the daddy girl, I don't like that. I don't have girls, I got boys. So I kind of missed out on that, thankfully. But I always teach my boys, yeah, it's your mom, but somebody say a son husband. Don't be that. I know so many people like that. It's like, the mama's treating their sons like a boyfriend or a husband. I mean, that's something incestuous right there. It's weird. And it happens quite a bit. My son can never do no wrong. Man, your son been locked up 20 times for the same crime. Like, come on now. When you going to let that relationship go? Let him go, like, be a man. And just the same thing with the daddy's girls. Like your daughter out here causing hell in the streets and in the house. Like we can't continue to rectify this. I got a cousin who does the same thing with his daughter. It's like my guy. Come on, check it out. She out here doing this and that. You still see no. No. So
Breaking
do
up.
something about that.
Oh,
Get
I
inside
thought
that
that was
head and
my
talk
stuff.
to him. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. Well, yeah, basically both sides, the daddy girl, mama boy. It depends on the style of relationship, how close knitted it is. Yeah, you can be a mama's boy to a point, but don't be no son husband. Don't be no daughter wife.
Hmm, okay. Marissa.
I think that I definitely agree with both yeah and Petty. I think that the daddy's girl, mama's boy thing is only cute when kids are kids. I think that once they get to the point that they're kind of functioning on their own, like when they get to be teenagers and need to start being like molded into their own person, at some point parents need to understand that they have to start letting them be independent and make their own choices and their own decisions and fail on their own too. I was on a live, or I was listening to a live the other day where a lady was saying that if she were to get in trouble with the police, she would call her dad. And it was like, you're married. Like you're married, and instead of calling your husband, you're instead going to call your father. And so I think that parenting now is kind of a little bit overboard sometimes, because a child is their own person, and if you're constantly if you're constantly making decisions for them and fixing their problems, they're always going to rely on you. And then you have a husband who can't have an argument with his wife without calling his mom and complaining to her, which then causes a weird family dynamic because the mom is going to feel like, oh, she's being mean to my baby. And now there are negative feelings toward the daughter-in-law, or, the daughter's not going to get what she wants from her husband, and she's going to call her dad and say, hey, he said I couldn't have this, and what's that dad going to say? Oh, well, you can get it yourself, or I'll get it for you. We'll get it for you. And so I just think that those kind of people have a very dependent mindset on their parents, and at some point it's really hard when there's such a dependency problem to have a relationship with someone like that, because you're not only in a relationship with that person, their family is always going to be involved in some way, and then you've got 500 hands in the pot, and you don't actually get to make decisions with your partner because there are so many outside influences. So I I don't really think that women should be praised for being daddy's girls. Like I said, I think both of those are only cute when they're children. At some point, it's just not a healthy relationship anymore.
Mm, okay. Jane, what's the deal? I don't know if you want to
Hey,
tackle one
Kev.
again and then go to two, or it's up to you if you just want to answer two.
Hey Kev, hey Patty. Patty on pause right now because she probably boo loving. Yeah,
Oh
she boo
my,
loving.
yep, that's what it is.
Um, yeah, the first one. Men are praised for having a lot of S3X. No, a lot of S3X. I do agree with that. The reason as of why is because women are supposed to be in societal norm as more sacred. And more of ladies. I heard somebody trying to distinguish between women, ladies, hoes, and things of that nature. And there's a big difference. I think the stigma of us being ladies is the reason why it's more demonized. And I guess men get their they get their praises because that makes them look more like a man when they have more of you know more of a list of women that they've been with. I'm going through the daddy's girl issue with my own child and my child's father right now.
Okay.
Women are praised for being a daddy's girl, absolutely, and it shouldn't be that way.
Right.
Because whether you're a mama's boy or you're a daddy's girl, there's no room when a child gets grown and they become an adult and they choose to start dating, vetting, dating, and then getting married. There's no room. And then now you have a mother-in-law or a father-in-law that wants to step in and have the reigning factor over a household. They want to still be included. Where in fact, when you get married, you're starting your own family and everybody else is secondary to your family, if you even want to put them on a tier. I think both of them are toxic. But yeah, I'm dealing with that right now with my second daughter going into her 12th year of Earth and her father not wanting to let her go. And I don't think it's cute. I actually think it's very toxic because I want the children to grow and get out of the house and get married one day, after they do everything they want to do in life. I want them to get married one day, and they can't get married and then have I still want to say what I want to say, I still want to do what I want to do, and I want to dictate over your life. It doesn't happen that
Well, So I guess I gotta put my I I really didn't want to know how to really all the way answer this. That's what I wanted to hear everybody else, but I just always noticed that it seemed like they don't really talk about daddy's girl that much and say that it's a bad thing as much as they demonize uh, mama's boys. You know what I'm saying? I think that sound they made it seem like it's the worst thing and stuff, and then like punks and all this stuff. So that's the only reason why I put that one up. And I just always wanted to know the reason why that they kind of praise daddy's girls. But yeah, just like they said, from even what I'm hearing, it do sound like it could be a toxic thing. And even if they was both raised in a good way, maybe maybe your daddy's girl can be cool. I think just because the authority he got, you know what I'm saying, that he put more authority, but it just depends on the mother too. But I think a lot of most of the time, man, the mama's boys be, I don't know. I don't think I've seen a good outcome come out the mama's boy. I don't know. It's possible, I guess. I don't know, but I don't think I've seen a good outcome.
You think it's more because it's relevant and it's prevalent now, and it's very rare for our community, of course, to hear more about daddy's girls
Mm.
than there is mama's boys, because
That's,
usually the son attaches himself to the role of being the replacement for father not
oh,
being there. You know what I'm saying? So, because I married a mama's boy, but he didn't want to be one. She created him to be that way, and then she wanted him to continue to be that way.
mm.
So I think it's because we see that more often than we do daddy's girls, and then we think, oh, it's so cute. She loves her dad, and that's
Right.
how to feel
Okay,
bad.
you saying it for me. There you go.
My bad. I'm sorry. You was about to get there. I'm sorry,
Huh.
Kim.
Oh no, no, no! I'm saying you saying because I couldn't think of the answer. I'm saying you saying it for me. I needed to know the answer. I didn't know the answer. Hello.
Yeah. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
oh,
My kid is loud.
oh. But no, I wasn't meaning like. Well, that's probably my lingo though. It probably sound like I ain't mean literally saying it for me, but I'm saying you saying what I need to hear. I
Right.
did not know how to answer that question.
Right.
So
Right.
that makes sense. That makes sense then.
I
But
was
okay.
daddy's girl. I love my dad. When I was growing up, I thought he was like a superhero. He was like, Batman or Spider-Man or a Superman. It was nothing he could do wrong. But it was only because he was all look, and he barely said anything, and it was just a structure that he bought. My mom yelled.
Mhm.
And most of the time, when daddy's there, the daughter's going to emulate the father when it comes down to picking a husband. It's just naturally that way, the same as the sons. They emulate, and, you know, that's where they veer to. If there's a loud mom that's mean, they're probably going to pick the same type of wife. And if there's a
Mm.
father that has structure, the vetting process for us as women, we take the men to the father in order
Mm.
to vet them.
Okay. So it sound like okay. There we go. There go a good one right here. Number three. It's is it yeah? Oh, Marissa. Marissa. Number three.
Oh man, I did not want to start on this one, but okay, I'll do it. I think that men are praised for taking up for women because it is a noble and kind thing to do. I think that all women want a man who will take up for them. I think that women are now demonized for taking up for men because the feminist movement is firmly against it. And so I'm a mom and a wife, and a friend of mine suggested that I join an app called Peanut a couple years ago. And it's supposed to be this really awesome app where moms can get together and have conversations just like we're doing here on TikTok, where everybody can join a panel and have conversations. And it sounded great until I got there and I realized how absolutely horrible of an environment it was. And there was a live that I went into, and this woman was like bashing her, not really bashing, obviously, because she wasn't physically hitting him, but she was talking very poorly about her boyfriend who goes to work and then just comes home and plays video games. So I was like, well, what do you do to interact with him when he comes home? Do you guys have dinner together? Do you have any kind of things you guys do together that he can maybe look forward to? And like an entire panel of people like attacked me for blaming her for her husband just playing video games. And so I was like it ended up being this big debate, and it was like 7 or 8 women against me, and I was just like trying to defend myself. Like I wasn't trying to blame her. I'm just saying like you have some options here. Like you're an adult, you can make some choices. And so I don't know, long story short, the conversation took a very hard left turn, which ended up with all these women telling me how oppressed women are and how, smash the patriarchy, and I got called a pick me and a bunch of other names. And then the next day, or a couple days later, I tried to get on again in my free time, and I had been banned from the app for life for hate speech.
Oh my.
And that was the very last, actually, it wasn't the last. I think I went 1 or 2 for just a few minutes after that, but then I got off. But like, I had an entire group of women that reported me for hate speech just because I was asking questions. Like I wasn't, and asking them like, well, why do you feel like, women's rights are so much less than men's rights? And what about men's rights? Like you guys are so mean to people on here. And so I think that feminists have this really, really negative view of what men are as a whole. And so I think that causes them, and now almost an entire society of women, to immediately demonize a man only for being a man. And I think that it's really sad that that's kind of the direction that we're taking with
Yeah, right.
gender views.
Oh, Tony about to pop up here. Oh, serious. That done got serious. I should make you answer from 1 to 3. You ain't about to just skipping stuff. It's like, no, but um, did I do it right? Oh, you was first. Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, yeah, all right, then it's Jane.
When you say taking up for women, in what aspect? Because there's different ways to take up for women. Not all the ways that we take up for women is good.
We getting somewhere.
So we need some particulars, some specifics, because if y'all with the guys, like say back in the day when you used to do a few things with a girl, flipper, whatever you want to call it, be appropriate in the app real quick. And one guy fall in love with that one, we're gonna clown him, call him a simp. Fell in love with 304, with the flipper. Or in
I
the
knew that
sense
word was
that,
gonna pop up. I knew it was gonna pop up.
is that been banned on TikTok yet? Are we good
You
for
said
that?
what?
That's still,
Oh, that.
that's still good. Yeah.
Oh, you can say that. I was just saying I knew you gonna bring the S word because that's the first thing I thought about when I wrote that. when you said, that's why they
Yeah,
love them.
yeah.
Women
Because
love them guys.
yeah. So I mean, the simps, the betas, whatever you want to call them, but I mean at the same and different aspect, like we ain't just gonna let somebody dog a female. I mean, depending who the person is, how they was raised, whatnot. Hey, don't
Right.
talk to her like that. Don't call her name. I want to stick up for a
Mhm.
female, like in that aspect, yeah. Because like you ain't about to talk to my mom like that. My sister, my auntie, and no one else. I'm gonna let you talk to her like that. So then, yeah, we get defensive. Oh, you gonna stand up? You don't know this girl, but I don't gotta know someone in order to, to understand like this still a person. You don't talk to nobody like that. And for the females sticking up for the males, that all depends as well. If your baby daddy been knocking your head between the dryer and the wall for the last 12 years, and your female friends still sticking up for you or whatever. I mean, that's crazy. But it is rare for a female to stick up for a male, and this in society, any society, any culture. It's rare to see that. I said rare. I didn't say it doesn't happen. I said it's
Oh,
rare
you
to see
right.
that
I,
happen
I hear you. I hear
because
you. It's most definitely rare.
I mean because the man's supposed to be the provider, protector, all this. So why should I have to stand up for you? You supposed to have you supposed to be the solid base that that I'm able to stand upon. So why I got to stand up for you for it? And unless it's some extra relationship type of situation where yeah, that's my man, don't mess with my man, don't look at my man. That's
mm.
all me, that territorial type
Oh,
of,
okay.
protection. Like, that's
That
weird.
makes
But I'm
sense.
saying that this needs particulars of this as well, the specifics, because it's levels. So Yeah, it all very depends on how we talking and what we're looking at. So
Is that my cousin
yeah,
in the building? What's the deal, man? All right, Jane, you next. I know you. I know Jane and Peak. I can't wait to tear this up.
Yeah, because I feel like men shouldn't be praised for taking up for women. Not a woman that he does not know and put himself in danger. For one, I don't feel like any woman should put anybody in danger, especially a man that she says she cares about. In a lot of instances, that does happen. The first thing you want to do is call daddy or brother for the situations you put yourself in, or get your husband to fight your battles, something that you created, a war that you created. Now you want him to stick up for you like a superhero. I just feel like it just shouldn't happen. And I feel like women do not know how to take up for men. It's not about fighting. It's not about getting a pum pum, but we have a femininity that, I mean, if we knew how to use it and we knew how to be ladies and women the way we were supposed to, and know how the strength, what type of strength femininity comes with, then we would know how to take up for men. So I just feel yeah, I said it just doesn't happen because we don't have a clear example of what it's supposed to look like. And even when we try to give those examples, I know Petty have, I know I have, when we try to give those examples, a lot of the 304s and a lot of the city girls, they don't want to listen, so thank you, Petty.
Mr. Amber Rose.
You know I was coming. I had to, boo. You was sitting on fire.
Ow.
You can't have us together. Like,
All right. So, who can I guess, Tony, go ahead. So, one
love
to three,
Dr. Tony. Keep him at three.
right? Or do you
Keep him
just
at
want to do three? It's up to you, Tony.
Start me wherever. My bad. I'm in Walmart. Yeah, go ahead. Start me wherever. What did you say? What was number three?
You can do number three then. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, wait. Go ahead. Can you read it off for me? Because I'm walking to the front.
I got you. Why? Uh, okay. Why do you think men are praised for taking up for women and women are demonized for taking up for men?
Ooh. Um,
Mm.
so first off,
not
let me
the
go ahead and
evil laugh.
say, nah, hey everybody, how's it going? Hi everybody. Um, uh, dang, ain't no hay back. All right, but
What's the deal? I mean,
I
firstly,
said
I
hey to
thought I
you and
heard
you was
something.
resistant.
He called us.
Hey, Tony.
nah, I'm playing. But says men are praised for taking up for women, but women are demonized for taking up for men. Extremely true. We call these men simps. They usually take up for anything that women do in general, like bad or good. And
Mhm.
it's praise, and you hear it mostly. You hear it mostly because obviously women have the bigger voices on media and certain things like that. It's easier for them to get praise and stuff like that. But when it comes to those types of men, I mean, those types of women that praise um, men, yeah, those voices don't get out, but you do hear the outrage from the women that do not like men, pretty much. I would say it's mostly a media thing. I'm just giving like a straight fast answer because I'm saying I'm in Walmart at the moment and I'm about to go out. So, but yeah, I'm
Mm.
definitely gonna. I'll expound more on it once I'm done. But yeah, that's all I have right now.
Why you cut short like that? Not Tony. Saying that. But all right, for sure. Here you go, Patty. What's the deal on number three?
Hold on, sis. Hold on, sis. Tony cooking for somebody?
What? Whoa! I
Hey,
missed that part.
What we what we doing at Walmart getting groceries for the night?
huh?
He
Hey
done
yo,
found the
hold up
one.
now.
You know
Hold
we
up.
wasn't gonna let that slide. We gonna spin the block on that. Say it
Tony
ain't
acting
so, Tony.
phony.
Say it
Okay,
ain't
so
so.
Get on me.
he said, "I'm about to impress this girl today." Look at the
About
look at the
watch
wrist.
it.
I
uh, Tony, did you get dessert too? Because it's not real if you don't have dessert.
He got his
Don't worry
dessert
about
after
it.
he get done cooking. He ain't got to worry about it.
Yeah, you already know.
Oh,
Don't worry about it.
Tony said
No.
pussy pie.
It said it on. It ain't pie.
it just better not be
Oh
no
yeah.
tuna. I know that.
Oh yeah. No, I don't eat fish. I don't eat fish. You already know. I do not indulge in fish at all. But nah. It ain't pie, but I'm gonna get these. No,
Uh-oh.
I'm telling you, ever since
I'm gonna.
Tony Locks done been locking, he don't know how to act, bruh. He do not know. As soon as that lock dropped to the middle of his forehead, it's been over with.
On God,
I was
That part.
wondering what changed about him. I done seen him all these years. I knew something was up. Okay.
It's been
Tony doing
locked.
this thing. Nah.
As soon as he was able to shake them locks, boy, you can't tell this
Watch
man
out.
nothing.
Watch out. Oh
Look,
my.
look, told you you can't.
And he-
And he
I
shook
remember
them.
he used to be scared though that said, no problem. Say less.
Not no more.
Look,
He be flipping them, twisting them.
he gonna be throwing them to the back.
Can't tell him nothing no more,
Nothing.
bro.
He be in the
But that's how it be when you got locked though. I ain't even gonna flex because mine got a little hang time now, and you can't tell me nothing either. I'll be like, ooh, purposely moving my head like,
exactly.
what?
You already know. They call me toxic. I'm toxic.
uh-oh.
I'm toxic now.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
that
it's
was your
okay.
name. All right.
It's okay, Tony. I got tomatoes thrown at me this morning, so
Dang.
Oh,
I win.
What the heck? What type of joke you told this morning?
Going into spaces just to see how the atmosphere gonna be because I'm a whole sociopath, trying to act like I'm really for topics.
Get up out of here.
And it was just tomatoes.
They put the whole shoulder in it.
boo.
I was about to get some tomatoes earlier, being in the wrong line. They wasn't trying to hear anything I was saying. Don't blame me. They don't. I swear, some lies do not like to hear the words accountability.
Kev, you haven't learned yet. You have not
They don't.
learned.
But I'm gonna stick. I'm gonna find at least one accountable person in that group. I don't care. I'm willing to
Somebody in here
risk
gonna
it
be
all.
accountable.
Everybody like playing victim. That's just what it is, though. It is what it is.
It's true. It's so
Can't
true.
hide from it too long, though. It's gonna always come back.
And okay, let me do number three before hubby end up pulling up, and I can't play with y'all no more.
Yeah, let me close my ear for you.
So chill out. I can't stand you. Ooh. I want you to know that. I am on your neck. I swear, I promise. Um,
I'm gonna be like, I'll be like, why are you doing it without the thing? Don't worry about it.
like I know. but men are praised for taking up for women, which I think is wild because I agree with my sis. Y'all should definitely not be out here praising certain women or taking up for certain women. You know, them Sims love that. Like, you do it, girl. You live your best life. What? You got 10 bodies. You gonna be a freak. Be the best freak that you can be, girl. It's your world. I can't stand that. That's wild. I'm sorry. It's cool that you don't know who your baby daddy is. That's all right, girl, because I got you.
Mm-mm-mm.
I'll be the pappy. Bro,
I swear they the most dangerous thing in this world right now.
they
Oh
really
my
is.
God. What am I?
I'm just
Man.
saying, that's how they be like, yes, girl, live your life. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
Who
you ain't
cares
wrong.
if you got six baby daddies? I'm trying to be number seven. You know what I'm saying? I'll take
Oh
care of all of
my.
them. It's wild.
But that's wild.
That's
That is
super wild.
wild.
And if you notice the same men that praise like the toxic women, you can't get them to say anything good about a real woman out here really doing something positive. And it be crickets all
She
day
just
long.
hating.
You right. Like, wait, what? So I'm the bad one because I feel like women should not be twerking at the Texaco? Okay. Okay, you're right. Like, my
That part.
bad. And we get called everything but a child of God as soon as we start breathing and talking about good about men. Because God forbid we don't join the sisterhood and bash the men. Like, we get it. There's bad and good on both sides.
Right.
But I'm
So
gonna
that's
stick
one
up for the
thing.
good all day long. Like, you can't tell me that there's not more good men out there than there is bad men. You just can't tell me that. That does it's not ringing true to me. Like, I've seen way too
Like,
many good
it's
men.
called being invisible.
We don't see you.
I
Men aren't
can't
good
see the good
fathers.
man. You just went past about it 100 times.
I'm trying to say because he not like, yes, girl, where yo?
Right. Come on,
That's
Double D. That's the
no,
Um,
you don't need
hey,
another
Petty,
baby daddy.
yo, Petty,
You
you spoke on something that I'm gonna try to do a topic on. I want some other topics with it. It's this whole sisterhood thing.
It
oh
don't
That has to
exist.
be the most fakest shit I have ever encountered on this app or anywhere. Anytime, it's like that beehive shit to me. It's like a cult. It's like none of those women are actually for women.
Well, don't say
That's
beehive,
really what it
Tony.
is.
Tony, don't say
Yeah,
beehive
nah, yeah,
because
nah.
they
That's
they
they
me.
gonna
You
spend
come
right.
for
You
they
right.
spend
you.
thousands
You
on the
right.
tickets. They support
You right.
their
You
leader.
right. They
So,
more toxic, and they spend money on being toxic. You right. But
hmm,
the
absolutely correct.
when it comes down to it,
They risking their
um,
rent.
Yep.
exactly. Like they get kicked out of house and home, divorced and shit
Hmm.
over tickets, which is crazy.
Hmm.
But hey, that's probably part of that sisterhood shit. This is why I think that is one of the most fakest things to ever exist is that sisterhood. They don't agree on something, you are literally treated as if you are a man. Like that's
I'm
what they
trying
do.
quickly.
They
No,
treat you like a
Tony.
man.
No, Tony. I don't mean to
You are
interrupt you.
you are
But let me tell
instantly
you
a
something. Wait,
misogynist.
wait, Tony. Wait, Tony. Wait. I'm finna tell you what happens in the
he must be
sisterhood.
out the store.
Nah,
Now
I'm not.
you
I'm
now
not.
you want to speak on it.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. My bad. I'm about to
Tony,
order
the
food.
sisterhood never embraced anybody. They never embraced each other. It was all fake. It's all a facade. It's all for a look. They are a group of women that are angry and envious over each other, and they're pulling each other in because of competition.
Mm,
That's what that is, and that's what that were.
mm.
They're pulling each other in for competition. I'm competing with my homegirl. You should be competing with yourself. How can you be a part of a sisterhood if you're not pushing your sister? So if I'm competing with you, I'm not pushing you forward. If you get the bag and say one of my sisters, quote unquote, in a sisterhood, she get a bag. That's your bag. This is how I think. This is why I can't be a part of the sisterhood. If you become a millionaire, good for you. I'm going to celebrate you. I don't need to be a millionaire at this point because it ain't meant for me at this point. It's meant for you. So when it comes
Oh,
down
he
to the
got me. What's
sisterhood,
the deal,
how can
sir?
something exist if from the beginning it was fake and a facade to begin with? It never existed.
Oh my, we getting somewhere. Don't tell on him.
No, they need to be told on.
My bad.
I'm,
I just
I'm
want to say,
taking up for the
um,
women.
I'm so tired of that.
Boy, I
Again,
almost threw my own self in the trash talking like that. Scared me for playing around. Oops, I'm deleting that part
look
out.
at the
What
look
is
at the stuff the sisterhood supports. Like, again, the multiple baby daddies
so
dress and act and talk
it?
and move
So
however they want to move. Like, oh, you bashing men? Yes, sis, that's the move. Like, what? Pause. Wait a minute. And then, yo, it's wild to me is half of these women that are part of this quote unquote sisterhood go home and be the most submissive. I would never wear this in my real life. I don't talk back women in the world, but get on this app and they My man can't tell me. I tell my man, Mom, no, you don't. No, you don't. Your man will oops upside your head so quick. You be between the washer and the dryer. Knock it off. That's not really what you do.
Not the washer and the dryer.
Ping,
Then
ping.
the
Like,
refrigerator
Yeah.
and the stove.
So Jane. So
Yes, sir.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm gonna tell you what pretty much what it looks like to us, to men. The sisterhood looks like a capitulation of toxic women literally validating each other's toxic behavior. That's really what
Hmm.
it looks like.
that's
And
exactly what it
if
is.
you
Hmm.
for a second doubt or say or maybe this is it, you're out.
They were never
You're
in.
out.
It's never a point of being in something. It's a point of being a part of something that you're not really a part of. It's a part about
Yeah.
creating a circle that has an indention in it. You see what I'm saying? And what happens in this sisterhood, like I said before, not only are they in competition with one another, but let me show you something. I don't have to be a part of a sisterhood to be connected to Petty. I appreciate Petty and I admire Petty, right? I want to have a household where I have a leader in my household. I have a spouse. Am I going to celebrate Petty because she has one? Absolutely. I celebrate the love that she shows. It does not make me envious of Petty because guess what? I made choices in my life where I can't just have a spouse right now because I can barely date because I got 4 kids. I've already made my decision. You can't be a part of something that never existed to begin with. And it's nothing but loopholes and, oh, I want you to make it to your face. I really don't want you to make it because if you bypass me, that's where, and I'm just going to keep it real. That's the reason why a great deal of the black women that celebrate white men and they want to be with white men, that's where they fall and they toe the line of that. And it's a whole mistake because they think just like them.
Thank you.
They think all business and they're always in competition with the next. Everything about their lives are full of competition. So it never even
Mm.
existed from the beginning. People with like minds end up coming together, right? One person about business, the other person about business. And this was a topic concerning
That's
Love Alive, and I'm sorry about that to bring it up in this one, but this is the
so
reason
Jane,
why.
that's what I wanted to touch on. I wanted to touch on that part right there because I do believe,
That me?
and I'm saying I
Tony, you got to move your locks out the way.
Oh,
It's messing up your connection.
bro, I was like, is that me?
I do.
It's the lock. It's the locks.
Move your head back and forth like how you do with your
Move like
locks.
an antenna. Put it on like
Like when they wet.
They'll turn on each other at
what? He sound like he drunk.
the drop of a dime.
Tony, we
They
can't
only
we
care
can't hear
about each
you.
other because they have one.
Uh-huh. Yep. Exactly what Tony
Am I
said.
good?
I agree.
Am I good now? Am I good now?
No. Mm-mm.
I can't. I'm got the giggles, dog. He said,
Hey,
"Ain't telling
laugh
me
and
something."
learn. Hey, what's up,
What's
dog?
the?
I just want to tell you I appreciate you coming by the show last night, showing support, brother.
Oh, you already know, man. Shoot, hey, y'all be. I'm gonna catch one of those too, man. I just gotta see if I can find a day, man. You already know I'll be trying to.
It's only on Tuesday. I only do it
Oh,
nine. Usually go from about 9 to 11.
mm-hmm.
9, 11, 9, 12. Depends on how heated it gets over there.
Mm. How long y'all was on yesterday? I know my TT was in there for a
Uh,
second.
yeah, I think we got off around right before midnight,
Okay.
like around 11:30.
Okay. Hey, I know that junk seemed fun. I want to go on there. That junk, man.
Yeah, I gotta go on YouTube because TikTok, man, they can't they kick me off for just saying, Care Bears or some shit.
Dog, I'll be seeing you be a whole nother person on there. You be like, dog, that's when your
Yeah,
military stuff
yeah.
come out when you go over there.
Well, I mean, you can be yourself. You can be yourself on YouTube.
That's why I
You
want to
can be
go over
yourself
there.
on YouTube.
I want to go to
Yeah.
YouTube. That's my
But see,
goal.
that's why I do both. I do TikTok Live and YouTube. That way, they can see the content, they can hear the content, and come over and interact. But I ain't never got to worry about getting shut down.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah, I
hey,
gotta.
are these questions? I don't want to come in and disrupt your lives.
No, you
These
good.
questions? Are these questions rhetorical or this is real? Like that people are really answering this?
This just I'm just trying to get everybody's point of view of why they feel is this way and stuff, and how they feel about it too.
Well, and let me give you mine real quick because I'm traveling. I hope I don't run
Okay,
out of signal.
for sure.
I'm be honest with you, brother. Logic, logic is not common. Logical thinking is not common. You got, you got. I had a woman that went out to the beach with me and some friends. She had a bikini thong on.
What the,
The top was just like barely two strings. It just covered her nipples and her areola. That was it. 99.999% of her body was exposed. We all on the beach, right? Hey, if you're confident in your body, no problem. I ain't got a problem with it, right? Okay, we go back to people go back to the house. She goes to the bathroom, takes a shower, puts on a full bra and some full pant and a full set of panties. And one of the guys had walked into the room and she was still dressing. And she goes to cover herself and say, "Why are you coming in here? You're seeing me. You're seeing me naked." This is the logical thinking.
bass ackwards.
This is the mindset. So when you got mindsets like this, where it's just they say, a lot of people say and do things sense. So that's the reason why they don't see the double standards and the oxymorons in these statements.
Mm-mm-mm. The world we live in.
Now,
Oh
now
man.
I will say what the one where it comes to sex, I
Hmm.
understand why women are confused about it because they don't understand their power when it comes to sex.
Hmm.
They don't understand that as the person who gets to choose who has sex with you, you have a responsibility to keep out the skinny cow. And when I mean skinny cow, the skinny bull. A cow knows better than to allow the skinny poor bull to mount her. A cow knows better. So when we hear a woman say, "Well, he tricked me," it's like we look at you like your intelligence is very low, and you can't make sound decisions. But when a man gets access to many women, that's not something that most men can do
Right.
because you have to have a skill in order to do that. You don't have to have a skill to give everybody vagina. You can be Down syndrome midget with a kickstand for a leg and get dick.
Dude, but
I mean, that's
So
a fact.
that's why you're looked at as somebody who has an issue because it's almost like you're a bank and you allow anybody that wants to come in and take out a loan. You don't take nothing, and then you complain about why you're people. At you, bro, you're stupid. You got a whole lot of and make nobody feel like you to do background checks, no credits. You gave out money, and now you're bankrupt. And sometimes that's what your sexual market turns into. It turns into bankruptcy because that's
I think you'll start breaking up. Or is it me?
Y'all, we got to remember we can't
yeah,
say the
yeah, I
M
knew it was
word.
gonna
We
happen.
can't say the
Did,
M word on there.
Oh, I don't even know. I couldn't even
did,
hear it because it
did any
broke up.
lady disagree with me?
No, I think the ones
I,
that
I didn't say the N word.
I
The
don't know
M,
what.
the M word.
What's the?
Little
M?
people. We can't say little.
Oh, okay, okay. I ain't-
Wait,
Oh,
you
I say
can't
that
say
but no,
all
that?
the
I
Why
time.
think
not?
it's. I see.
No, they've been
I say
snatching
that all.
people
I
for
say
that
that every
lately.
day. Oh yeah, I say it every day. But is anybody disagree with me?
I agree with you.
Good,
No,
It
great.
makes
I
sense.
agree. I agree.
It makes sense. So, I mean,
But
it
Well,
when
is
I
I
what it
hear a
agree
is.
because
40-year-old,
I agree because I'm a S3 worker. I agree on a whole different level.
makes
It just
sense.
makes sense to me. It
Now,
makes sense to me.
now,
I mean,
now, I'm glad you shared that information. I know that's your personal information. Do you mind if I ask you questions about it?
I don't mind.
Oh, you
Okay,
you got you asked the right one. She done. Okay.
Okay. My question to you is this, and usually anybody that has any type of work where they're self-employed, I ask the same question. So it doesn't matter that you're a sex worker. The question is this. First, if you don't mind, how old are you?
I'm 34.
You're 34. Okay.
Hmm.
In the next 40 years, in the next 40 years, you'll be what? 74, right?
Hmm.
In the next 30 years, you'll be 64.
Hmm.
All right. What is your plan that you have in place right now to be able to take care of yourself from age 64 to death?
I plan on owning properties and owning land.
Okay. Again, what is your plan in place? What is your plan in place right now? You're 34. You're over middle age.
Right.
You're a middle-aged woman.
Right.
That means half of your life is gone.
Right.
You will be old twice as long as you are young.
Right. I gave up my life.
I
I
got it.
passed
I
over
got it.
my life.
I
Hmm.
totally get it. But my the same waterfall is waiting for all of us. We're all going to hit a waterfall, and we're either going to fall and crash and pass away, perish, or we're going to have parachutes and everything else to carry us down to the ground safely. Now, my question to you is, what is your plan that you have in place right now? Because owning something is not going to take care of you in the next 30 years. It is estimated to be cost almost $3.5 million for you to be able to take care of yourself.
Right. Well,
So,
I don't plan on owning the property and owning the land just to have it. I plan on also getting into real estate as well. And I also have other business endeavors. This feeds my other business endeavors because it makes me so much. So I have plans intact, but for one of my plans, because I'm not really worried about how I do life anymore because I chose to have children at a young age. I got married, then divorced, and now I have little ones that need to push forward and they need to be the best them. So it doesn't matter whether I'm in a matchbox apartment, just a one bedroom, as long as my children, my legacy is able to take care of themselves and sustain themselves and not have any grief or remorse concerning anything that I've done and being able to vocalize and become the best them, that's what I'm concerned about. Now, what I do with my life, I've already chose my life to have children. And doing that and being naive and also not understanding the vetting process and not listening to my own father, that caused me to put myself in a situation where right now I'm doing what I have to do. But as far as worrying about the next 30 years for myself, I want my children to make it. I've already
well,
spent my
ma'am,
34.
okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna tell you something, and this is I want you to hear me as if I'm an older brother, right? You are literally doing the opposite for your children
Mhm.
because they are not going to allow, and this happens to us a lot. Money is supposed to go down, not up. And we constantly have to take care of our parents because our parents didn't do what they were supposed to do. And now you got son and grandson taking care of mom and grandmom. This is everywhere because we say things like this and we make it sound all Hallmark cardish and we think it's cool, but it's not. Your kids are literally going to have to make this. They're going to say, well, I can't leave mama. I can't go too far away from mama because mama need me. Mama,
Well, why would they? But asking this question also, why would they believe that? For one, I'm a veteran. For two, I'm also a nurse. For three, I have another business. For four, I do this because it is also lucrative, but it is not my bread and butter. I have things aligned within my life that I'm fine. I live actually very comfortably. But one thing I don't do is overspend. Another thing that
ma'am,
I definitely
I
do
asked
is
you,
financially
hold on.
advise. But taking care of me, I take care of my parents right now, and they're financially endowed. Because that's what I'm supposed to do because they took care of me,
I
not in a
asked
financial
twice.
sense, but in a physical sense.
Yeah, that's not what we're supposed to do.
What do I have in place right now? What do you mean by in place? Are you speaking, what are you concerning what, financially?
Okay, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. You know what an IUL is?
An IUL?
Okay, hello? Yeah. All right. Do you have okay, are you selling your time on earth or are you investing your time on earth?
I'm
Because you can never
investing.
save for okay, so give me an I let me know what you mean by investing your time.
Investing my time. I don't do what the average person does anymore, which is using my time for funds.
No,
I
no.
spend I
Okay.
spend my days doing exactly, I spend my days happy and learning about me. I spend
Ma'am,
my days at
happiness ain't got
peace.
no, ma'am, happiness and
I'm
peace ain't
I'm
got
I'm
nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
I'm not understanding what are you trying to say?
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I understand. Let me explain. To sell your time is do things or a company or a corporation to exchange for money. Okay? Investing your time is to work for a corporation or organization that will pay you dividends later on once you stop working. Like I'll use myself for example.
Mhm.
At 17 years old, I joined the United States military. I stayed in there for 22 years. As I was going from duty station to duty station, I was buying properties and I rent them out. And now I'm retired and I have almost over $8,000 coming in on a monthly basis without me doing nothing.
Mhm.
And that will continue for the remainder of my life. My full medical is taken care of. All right. That is how
Mhm.
I've ensured that my kids will have to do nothing to ensure their dad is taken care of other than call and come and visit.
But so I just told you that that's primarily what I'm doing. I just don't speak of exactly what I'm doing at the moment, primarily because it's bad to do that. I don't live my life like that. But I just told you
Okay,
that me and my family, we're looking into, as a family, we're looking into many different properties and much land.
well that's why I asked,
And
what
it
is your
wasn't just to
plan?
sit on.
That's what I meant by plan in place. I'm 10 years older than you. At
Mhm.
34 and 44, we can't be talking about what we're going to do and it
Well, I'm
we
not
have to.
talking about what I'm going to do. You didn't, well, that's the whole thing. My plan in place, everything that I'm doing, I do 1,000,001 things a day. I don't work for anybody else. Everything that I do is concerning myself. I have a trademarked name. So yes, the things that I'm doing is I never just sit in place with just one thing. I've always invested my time within myself. I've always been my own investment. Therefore, if I didn't find something lucrative, I always I can do. But as far as owning land, like I said, it's not to sit on, it's to rent, it's to get into real estate.
Okay,
And that's something that me and
okay,
my
let's
family
let's
have
let's say
been doing.
let's go fast forward. Let's fast forward. Let's fast forward. Let's say that you get a property. Let's say you get two properties. Two properties, right? You got two properties paid in full.
Mm-hmm.
You own them,
Mm-hmm.
right? You own them free and clear. How much money do you think that will net you per month?
Depending on the size of the house,
Yeah.
depending on the size of the house,
Let's
in
say
today's
let's say let's
market,
say three bedroom, two bath. Three bedroom, two bath.
out here where I'm at, probably about a good 6,000.
Okay, $6,000 a month.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna get $3,000 each property.
Mm-hmm.
And how much did you pay? Where do you live,
I live in Texas.
ma'am? Where in Texas are they paying $3,000 a month in
Katy,
rent for a three
Texas.
bedroom?
Katy,
Ma'am,
Texas.
ma'am, I've lived in Katy.
I live in Katy now. I have a
I've lived
property
in
out in
Katy,
Katy that
Bel Air,
I have a property in
Houston.
Katy that I rent. I have a property on Mockingbird that I rent,
Okay,
and
that's
then I
cool.
have a
That's cool.
small
That's
property in
cool. That's
Wichita.
cool.
Okay.
That's cool. All right. Now let's say you got two properties that are netting you $6,000 a month in rent. All right. Now
Mm-hmm.
you got to pay insurance. You got to take care of maintenance. You got to
Mm-hmm.
take care of any things that break. So let's just say maintenance and insurance. Let's put away, you know, 1,000, 500. You know, I'll be nice. 500. 500.
I'm just trying to see where this is going to tie into sex work, because you said you had questions for me concerning sex work.
No. No. You didn't listen to me because the first thing I said was, it doesn't matter what you do as long as you're self-employed. That was
And
the
I am
first thing I said.
self-employed. And I
Exactly.
am.
That's right.
Right.
So it doesn't matter what work you do. I don't care if you Uber driver. I don't care if you own a business. You work for yourself. You're not a W-2 employee. You do not have a company that's going to pay you dividends once you retire. You
Mm-hmm.
have to do this all yourself. And at 34, saying I'm gonna and we're gonna is the wrong answer. And I'm just here to help. I'm not trying to offend you. I swear I'm not. But we got to help each other, and we got to be able to receive help.
Right.
I talk to people all the time about, especially people that are over the hump, because then wasn't nobody there to talk to me. I had to figure this shit out on my own.
Mm-hmm.
And your kids are depending on you to take care of you so they can do what they need to do so one day they can do what they want to do.
Oh,
But they
they don't
can't
have to
do what
worry
they
about
need to
that.
do if they got to
They
take care
won't
of my.
have to. They won't have to worry about that.
Okay, how can you say that
Unless they
definitively right
choose
now?
to want to take care of me health wise, which that's what I feel like every family should do for the elders that took care of them. I feel like that should always happen, right? But it doesn't, unfortunately, with our community. It just does not happen.
No,
But
it
as far as
shouldn't, ma'am. No, it
financially,
shouldn't.
but as far, to me it should. I mean, that's a life cycle.
Money is
You
supposed
take
to
care
go
of your children,
down
not
to the next
financially. I
generation.
said health wise. You take care of your parents because they took care of you. Nobody should be sitting in a nursing home. That's just how I feel. Now, financially, they could sit in a nursing home because they have
Financially.
a whole lot of money, but they
Okay,
don't have
that's
a
fine.
whole lot of love
We're
around
talking.
them. It's expensive to live in one of those.
Yeah, we're talking about financially right now. And right now, to be
Okay, well, they
honest,
don't have to worry
off
about
of what
that.
you told
They
me,
won't have to.
no.
They won't
Okay,
have to
okay.
worry
I
about
can
that. You didn't ask, wait a minute though.
I got
You
that.
didn't ask
That's
me how much I
future
made.
expect.
You didn't
Ma'am, I
ask me
don't
how
need
much I
to. I
made.
don't
I
need to
make
know.
money. Uh, I
Money,
right now. This, so you said financially, you don't know my financials. You never asked me
ma'am,
my financials right now. You
ma'am,
didn't ask me
ma'am,
if I'm very comfortable.
ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if you're a millionaire.
Mm-hmm.
MC Hammer had $11 million and he's broke.
And he gave it away. He gave it
Exactly.
away to family.
Because he didn't
Mm-hmm.
know what he was doing.
I know what I'm doing.
Okay, so all right, let's start all over. I asked you in the beginning twice. What is your plan in place?
Well, if we're speaking on plans that I am creating right now, I don't speak on them.
All right, y'all. Have a good evening.
I just mentioned things that without saying that I don't speak on them, but naturally I don't. It's a bad investment in yourself when you speak on things. If you have something in place and you have a plan, you don't speak on it unless you have given birth to that plan. So things could be in the works. Yeah. Just like I also have a DV shelter for men that's in the works, but it's going to have to be for profit. It doesn't mean it exists, but it does exist. Anyway,
We back. We back.
yeah,
It
because
was
we
getting
got all
interesting. I was
the
just trying to
things.
see how this was going to turn out. I wanted to see if people
I
learned
mean,
some things.
I feel like we were just going around and around. And Kev, I don't mind people asking me
Mhm.
questions at
I know.
all. But when I bring up the fact that I'm an S3X worker, I get a lot of questions asked about that because they think that something dries up. Well, unfortunately, there's a market for pussy everywhere. It will always be a market for it. Old, young, whatever the hell, it will always be a market for it, especially for what I do.
Mhm.
Nobody knows what's in my bank account from what I do. So when people think they're sitting comfortably, I'm sitting much more comfortable than a lot of people out here. And yes, I am a S3X. And I wish that people stop becoming so moved by that that they have to make Jamaica or whatever. That always triggers people because I'm very honest.
Are you currently one or is it past?
Oh, I'm currently one. I'm a
It
dominatrix
sound
for
like,
being
and
black.
I could tell I could tell probably what happened though, what's happening and stuff. I think because I see Like I see what he trying to help at the same time, but it sounds like you already from a little bit. But I think it's off the wording. It sounds like the wording he was kind of trying to check you on. He trying
Right.
to make sure you for sure.
Yeah,
And
I
I
can speak
understand
for
all that,
myself. I
Kev,
can
but the
speak for
thing
myself.
is that I have my
I can
father.
speak
My
for
father
myself.
is very prominent in my life,
I can speak for
and
myself.
that's where I get all my advice from. So I
Yeah,
really don't need any advice unless it's
got it.
coming from the man that, that was a part of my birth.
Okay.
That's just how
Hey,
I feel about things.
host. I came back. I apologize for leaving so abruptly. I just when I'm trying to give somebody some tips and they're just being argumentative, I don't even care anymore.
I'm not being
I don't,
Saul. I'm not
ma'am.
being
Like I said, I moved
argumentative.
on.
I
I
I
moved
just
on.
don't have any husbands
I
on
moved
TikTok, and
on. I
my
moved
father
on,
raised
ma'am.
me.
You don't have to address me.
So, and
You do
I'm
you.
gonna address the panel because you're
Okay.
addressing me. So
All
we're
right.
not
Well,
gonna
I'm
make this
talking to the host.
emotional. We're
I'm
gonna
talking to
speak
the host.
logically. Understood, and I'm
I'm
also
talking to
speaking
the
to the
host.
host. Kev,
Okay.
as mentioned, my
All
father
right.
raised me.
I'll let her finish. I'll
I
let her
don't have any
finish.
fathers on TikTok, and I don't have any husbands on TikTok. I do not need anybody's advice. Now we could talk about the topics on the screen, but I'm not up here to be somebody's advisory or anything. I don't need it. I don't need life coaching.
Are you done? Because I don't want to overtalk you. Okay. Thank you. Again, host. I'm sorry. I asked somebody a question. They said yes. I could ask them questions. And this is why us as black people, because when somebody's trying to just help, we take an offense. We take offense
But
to
we
it.
have to be mindful that
Ma'am, I'm
some
not
things
talking to
are
you, and I didn't
helpful.
interrupt you.
Some things
I
are
didn't interrupt
helpful,
you.
but
I didn't
you're
interrupt you.
hindering the
Hey, can you mute
process.
her? Can you mute
You're
her? Can
hindering
you
the
mute her, please?
process, Saul.
Can you mute
And
her?
you're being
Can you mute her?
combative with me, and you
Can
All
you
can't
right.
mute
really
Well,
her,
do
I
that.
guess
please?
what we gonna do is just change the subject. Then I mean we can do that.
You
Yeah,
tried to make
because
me
I
the
mean
topic.
I'm pretty sure. But
Listen,
I think in the long run you gonna like Jane. She on the same tip. Y'all just
I
not
love
seeing
Saul.
eye
I
to eye
listen
right
to
now. That's all
Saul
it is.
all the time. I see
I know
Saul
you
in so
listen.
many
Yeah,
different
he.
spaces.
yeah, that's why
I
I
don't
just stopped.
see any. I don't judge Saul on just this conversation. We can disagree.
That's all it
I
is. A
mean,
very
you
disagree
know,
moment.
I'm still going to listen to Saul. I've thrown gifts at Saul because I agree with a lot of things that he says. It's just that at the end of the day, my father raised me to only take advice from either my father or my husband. And I don't have any husbands on TikTok, and my father's prominent in my life.
We
So that's
heard
just
that.
how I
We
was
heard that.
raised.
Now, since you
Okay.
got so much respect for me, could you let me talk without over talking me?
Can we change
Can
the
you,
subject back to Kev's
yes, we
topic? So
can. But
therefore,
can
because
you
I don't want
not
to be the
overtalk
topic.
me? Can you
I
not
don't want to be
overtalk
the
me?
topic. I don't
I
want
don't
our
want to talk about
conversation
you. I don't want
and
to talk about you.
to
I
make the
asked, could you not
situation a more
overtalk me?
comfortable situation, I would like to talk about Kev's
This place,
topics because
this
I'm not the
place.
topic. How about we be adults and just move on to Kev's topics?
I don't have a problem with that. I asked you, could you not overtalk me again?
So it should be no rebuttal and you should be talking about the topics.
I'm going to, but I'm
Okay.
asking you nicely. I
But
want to tell you to
okay,
shut the fuck up.
I'll let you have your last word because you so desperately need it right
I
now
don't
instead
need
of
to
being
talk
an
to you.
adult
I'm
and moving
asking
back
you to
to
be
Saw,
the
quiet.
Saw,
topics.
Saw. You don't have to talk to her like that,
I
baby.
don't, I'm sorry, Deborah.
I
I
don't.
don't
We
care
can
Wait,
who
wait,
just
wait,
talk
wait,
comes
wait,
to
wait,
each
wait, wait,
in.
other,
whoa,
man.
whoa, 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 whoa,
We
whoa,
If it
whoa.
just
shows
See,
their,
the things that they her up for fucking time. And it's a goddamn word
okay,
out of
one more
it. And as
closing
soon as I
security
get upset, now it's
because
Saul. Don't
because
do
you're
that.
dragging it.
No,
But
it's just the way
Don't
that
do
you're coming
that.
you're
across.
dragging it though,
It's
Saul,
just the
because
way
we
you're
could have
coming
just moved
across.
I
on.
Yeah.
don't want to talk about you no more.
Okay,
I
so
mean, as I
move
said it.
on.
Why they not?
Nobody gives a fuck.
So move on.
I trying, but you won't shut the fuck up.
I don't have
Shit.
to.
Come on, Saul,
I
man.
don't have to.
See the.
He's showing his ass.
Let's
He's
just,
showing
Damn,
his
I
ass right
asked
now.
nicely.
all right, man.
Host,
Can we just
I
right? It
asked
ain't really
He's
that
nicely
showing his
serious, man.
six
It
ass.
really ain't
times.
that serious. So
Yo,
we.
I asked nicely 6 times. I was like, can you please just stop over talking me?
All right. Well, it's
Please.
obvious y'all must not have to talk to each other. So I'm about
God
to just skip to
damn.
somebody else so y'all can cool down because I don't know what's going on. I usually don't do this on my live, but
Same shit, man.
but um, so number. So how you feel about number three? Did you ever answer number three? Wait, hold on. I was gonna ask him, but I need him to cool down first. So, DJ, how you feel about number three?
I can't even see it, bro. Like, if you don't mind, read it for
So
me.
number three
Yeah, I
is
can.
why. Why do you think men are? This thing's so tiny. I gotta get close to the screen. Why do you think men are praised to take up for women and women are demonized for taking up for men?
Well, men are praised because that's the hero. That's the hero thing that men naturally supposed to do. My answer gonna be short. I don't do the long-winded. But as far as the women, it's like a pick me or they got names for them. It's so crazy how the world is, bro. Like you can't barely use words without. So, but yeah, as far as men do it, that's their duty, to stand up for women at all times. But for
Man, taking
women,
up for men is a default. What? But you put me off with that comment. But say,
yeah.
um,
But it's I don't see anything wrong with it. It's the natural way of things.
yeah. Usually, and you said it perfect. Most of the time, you hear that be like, "Oh, she's a pick me" and all that stuff. But it's weird. And I think somebody said it perfectly. Marissa said that earlier perfectly. She said, I think even for that situation, because it's like feminism, they the ones they like and feel like it's a crime when when women take up for men and stuff. So I can totally agree with that situation. Like, you ain't supposed to do that. You know what I'm saying? But
Well, that
no,
makes
it's
sense.
some reason why they not letting me open this other box. Cause I could. It's an empty box, but it's not letting me let Petty up. I'm trying to let her up. Hold up, y'all. I gotta see. Okay, it's here.
Hey, I'll drop for you. You can let her open mine.
All right. Hold up real quick. I wanted you to come up so you can answer these things, but I just need you to
Yeah,
cool
you
down, my
got an
brother.
open box.
But
I don't
I,
have a problem.
yeah, I'm about
I'm
to
good.
yeah, it's cool, man. It's just like I said, it's missing. So I'm just gonna really I'm gonna drop everybody. I'm gonna invite y'all back up just so I can get this jump back right. I don't know how to. I wish I could do it at all once. I don't know how to do that.
What
Oh,
you
you
trying to
hit the
Oh, I can do it.
go
I can
down
do
to
it.
the.
I found it. So I'm about to invite y'all right back up. All right. So we got Petty. We got Saw. We got Jerry, DJ.
not you saying the names out loud while you adding them. That
I gotta look like I gotta sound like I'm doing some work. You know what I'm saying? Miss Deb. That's just weird. There's always something new on TikTok every time. Okay, DJ, PQ. Miss
Hey,
Where
Patty, how
Melissa go?
you? Hi, everybody.
What's the deal, Miss Deb?
Hey, baby.
Marissa. Marissa, where'd she
It's
go?
Saw.
Where'd she
Who
go?
was that?
Miss
It's
Deb.
dead. I've never
What's going on?
talked to you.
Why?
No, I've never been on a panel with you. I've heard you speak, but I've never been on a panel with you.
Well, welcome, welcome.
Welcome.
Now, don't start cussing at me, Saw,
I'm
because
not. Listen, listen. I mirror energy. I mirror energy.
okay,
There you go. So if you're nice to me, I'm nice to you.
okay.
What the? Did I? Why is that box still empty?
You got
What
another
the?
box empty.
Mm-hmm.
This is weird. This thing tripping. I'm literally. It's always gonna keep one empty box. I let Marissa up. She up in the box, but it's not. Marissa, is you there? Talk if you there.
I
I'm
can
You
here.
might
see
be
her.
invisible. You here?
There's yeah, I'm here. There's an empty
What
box
the?
for me too, but I don't know who's missing.
We got a ghost in the building.
I
All
see it.
right.
One empty box.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Marissa. And, oh, wait, hold on.
No,
Marissa is in there. Wait, what it
Marissa is
is?
under
What the?
me, but then it's
Okay.
an
Who's just
empty
talking to
box
you?
um under
Okay.
Marissa.
Try
I got
switching
it.
your grid.
So it's yeah. All right. There you go. Okay, it wasn't. Okay, I was
There
paranoid
you
because this
go.
young been tripping, so I just forgot to add everybody. That's why I was trying to say the name out loud. But who was just okay? DJ just went, and then I'm gonna go PQ next. Then I
What's
don't know if
up,
you can
bro?
see it. Do
Long
I gotta
time.
say it over again? How you feeling, man?
Nah, you ain't gotta say it over again. Long time no see, man.
Right, bro. You been over there cheating on my lives. I thought we was better than that, man.
Nah, it's not. Nah, not even that.
But
Yo.
he treat you like you got.
I needed some chaos in my life a little bit, man. Sometimes your stuff just be too positive. I just, you know what I mean? I needed some.
You
I
just
need.
missed it.
Hey,
I
it was
You
about to
just
turn
missed it.
back chaos in a
right.
minute.
You just
I
missed it.
know
It was all kind of.
that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why
Thank
I
God
came
it's
up
still
here.
so it's still positive in your eyes. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
It's
saying?
not
yeah. I was
chaos.
like,
It's over there
yo, I ain't
cutting
gonna
up.
lie. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I said when I went over and I seen saw my man's right. When I came over and I seen Saul thing, I was like, yes, we got drama, we got action.
Oh,
Like
that's
so,
messed up.
I that I jumped in the box.
Oh boy.
Hey, we were just talking about retirement earlier, PK, but we're not going back. We're not going back.
No, we
Oh,
not.
I know that show cup of
I
Everything's
tea,
said
people.
we're not going.
good.
I know.
Kev,
Me and him don't have many conversations.
can you let everybody know everybody in the panel is good?
Man, they is
Nobody's
good.
taking
Y'all,
this
that's
to
why I said
No,
bed.
once y'all
everybody
breathe,
good.
Hey,
Yeah.
and
we
I'm
good.
100%
Everybody's
sure I
good.
know Saul gonna like you for sure. I already know because like you be on the same
I
tip
don't.
as us.
I don't got. Listen, I don't got into screaming matches with people, and then we friend each other afterwards. You know, I don't.
Yeah.
It's
I
just like
told
being
you
on
I
the
want
basketball
some.
court. You know, you get debating is like a sport. You know, you give it all, and then after the game, good. Go take a shower, man. Good game. Slap on
Good
the knee.
game, right?
Good game, motherfucker.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
He
Y'all
just
know how
light
it is
skinned.
on the
Who that?
basketball court.
Saw, can I say this to you?
Saw.
Yes, ma'am.
I am I got 7 brothers and my dad raised me, right? So I go back and forth with my brothers like on a consistent basis because I'm hard-headed. Sometimes I don't want to listen sometimes. But it
I
may be a
believe it.
time where I might hit you up and I might need to listen. I
I
Yeah,
need me a
mean, it
listen.
is what it is. I wouldn't be in
eh,
the line
eh,
of work I have if I was not hard-headed.
I'm gonna tell you why I get frustrated. Because y'all, I hear y'all and I listen, and y'all say, "Black men, lead us, protect us, help us." But then when we do, you smush us in the face and be like, "Go on, get the fuck out of here. I don't need you."
Mm.
You know what I'm
It's
saying?
true.
Y'all gotta be able to allow us to help, allow us to speak, allow us to protect you. If I tell you, "Hey, go get in your car and stop talking," and you be like, "You don't tell me what to do," okay? And then when he popped you upside your head, I'ma sit here and let you do what you do.
Wait, what did
Hey,
that look like? Oh man, I ain't doing that
hey,
again.
hey,
That
hey.
was a smush
There's a prime
face. That
example.
was a smush
This is what
There
face.
was
I'm
a
gonna say, Saw.
yo.
I
There was a prime
gravitate towards
example.
certain people, right? I gravitate towards certain people, and it's based on what I see and based on action. So I trust Kev to come over to Kev Live is gonna be chill. I also respect Kev. I trust PQ because I've been over there. I talked to him. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
even OC, we and him, we butt heads when we first started talking because of the action that I was doing within the live. I had to see it for myself. So at the end of the day, it may take me a little longer for some integrity, but I do know how to take it.
I got you.
That's what she said. Oh,
So
I couldn't let that slide.
Look at you,
We'll
Kev.
try again another time. Yeah, look, she said you try to push it in too fast and it wasn't wet yet.
I
Okay,
Yeah.
my
missed that
bad.
one.
My bad.
I
My
missed
bad.
that one too. Oops.
You gotta lube it up first. You gotta kiss it before you stick it. My bad.
Oh, but you're
I
not
just
gonna
try to
cover your
shove it
ears
in.
to
Boy,
that one now.
I came here
Oh yeah,
dry
you're
and
right.
just
Damn,
pushed it
all
in that
right.
motherfucker.
Too thick. Too
I guess it's
thick.
And
so
different when a woman say it. That's what it is, man. It's like I really got to block it when there's a woman saying it. You know, it's a reason why. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
so so to answer the question, right? I think what it is praise on when we take up for women.
Hmm.
Majority of the times you see when a man is only time a man is praised when he takes up for a woman is when one, especially I want to, yeah, I'm gonna say when becomes indispensable. I mean when he becomes depend. Is it indispensable or dispensable? When he becomes dispensable,
We gonna let it slide, whatever it is.
yeah. When he becomes dispensable, or
indispensable means you can't get rid of them.
Hmm.
so he becomes dispensable then. Yeah, so he's dispensable
There
then.
you go. Yeah.
He becomes dispensable, or he's taken up for bad behavior.
Hmm.
The vast majority of times when women take up for men and they are being called a pick me and things of that nature, if you actually listen to it, is because a lot of those women listen to men's talking points and they starting to understand men And so since those women actually get and understand men, that's why those women are not praised, or however you want to call it, or they're talked about that way. Because I always say, I think it's funny when you go, women will go, men need to understand women, men need to understand women. And then when men say, okay, well, you need to understand us, and then when that group of women that is trying to understand us, those are the ones that are called the pygmies. So that's how I look at that question.
Somebody want to
Yeah.
answer that one down there? Because I know the answer for that.
No,
While that's
because that's not when women that's not when men are called simps. When we try to respect, when men that respect women are not called simps.
right.
Like, it's more when, once again, when they start taking up for a bad
There
behavior
you go.
is when we call them simps. Like,
Exactly.
Listen,
meaning,
a simp.
like
Yeah.
like
Go ahead.
a simp. Me personally, I know a simp and a panderer are two different things. It's just that the panderer, he gets exactly what he wants. The simp, he doesn't, but they still take up for women's bad behavior. So I always like to use this for an example, because it's an extreme example, but it's still an example when it happens, right? If a woman unalives her child, right? If a woman unalives her child, a simp and a panderer will somehow replace that back and put that back on men, and say it's not her fault, it's the men's fault, when sir, she unalived her child at the end of the day.
Mm-mm-mm.
So she doesn't take no account, she had no accountability whatsoever, and they will take all the accountability off of her. That's what I look at as simps and panderers. That's what they both do. So that's
Well,
why me, because I get called, like, when people say, "Oh, you're a simp," because I talk about the good things that women do. Okay, you don't know what a simp is. I'm talking about good things that women do, especially when I talk about my wife. Oh, but I'm a married man. Yes, I am a simp. My life is very simple because I know what I'm doing as a man. When it comes to my wife makes my life very simple. I know how I can get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and have a breakfast cooked in the morning. How many men can actually say they have that done?
Mm.
the difference between a simp and a pander to me is a simp is somebody who does things and says things for women to try to get something from them, like Kevin. I mean, Derek Jackson and Steve Harvey. They would say all this bullshit just to
Right.
get women to buy their books or go see their movies or shit like that. A panderer is like a beta male husband that never corrects his woman on anything and just panders her misbehavior and her childishness. He just does and says whatever she wants because he's afraid. You know, he doesn't have any backbone. That's the difference between a pander and a simp. To me, a simp is usually trying to get something from women, whether it's their body or their money or to be able to live in their home. You know, but even though she makes money, it doesn't allow her. She doesn't have to spend her money on anything, and she's spoiled. She does fucks up all the dishes, and he goes in there and cleans them. You know, it's just that's what it is to me. I think maybe I'm off. Maybe I got them switched, but I think
I
So
think
that's
you
I
might have
that's
said it right.
so Derek
It's pretty
Jackson was
much
a
a
panderer.
one-way.
So
It's pretty much a
so
one-way
me
thing.
so a panderer, right? This
no.
is
He
how I look at it.
capitalized. He capitalized though.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
A panderer is nothing but a Pookie and a Ray Ray in disguise.
Mm.
A simp
Because
is a perfume too.
a panderer still gets what he's looking for in the end, whether it's money or it's cheeks. At the end of the day, he still gets what he wants, but him and the simp is more of a sucker. He's that guy that complains about being in the friend zone, but you remain in the friend zone, you keep your ass there.
Mm.
You're complaining about being in the friend zone, but you're staying there. So that's simp behavior, my brother. Get out of the friend
Mm.
zone then. You put yourself in the friend zone. Most guys that call them, like, and I know some people are going to be mad at me when I say this, like when it comes to people that say nice guys, most nice guys that call themselves nice guys, those are the guys that are simps also. Because they're nice, they think that because they quote unquote say that they're nice guys and they're doing all of this and they have talking points for you and they're praising you and they're doing this, they think they deserve some cat because they're quote unquote a
Facts.
nice guy and they don't really put work into it. So they keep themselves in the friend zone, and then at the same time, they reward your bad behavior.
Can I mention something that I see right quick, Kev?
What's that?
to whoever said Kevin Samuels, don't do Kevin Samuels
Oh, that's that
because
same girl.
let me
She be
tell
on
you
that BS. I was
something.
ignoring her.
For
I'm like,
one,
who
he
was that?
spoke on both, and for two, ain't nobody tell them women to go up there more often. Like I said, I had brothers to tell me the truth. I had a daddy to tell me the truth. They didn't sugarcoat anything for me.
Mhm.
So
Hey,
You know what's
just
funny?
like Saul
can
told,
you read the
just like
question
Saul
one more time,
said,
host?
I'm sorry.
Keep in mind, Kevin Samuels
No, go
definitely
ahead.
started
Finish what you were
off
saying.
with
Finish what you were
coming
saying.
for the
Go
men
ahead.
first.
Just like Saul said, I just want you to shut the fuck up. I didn't find no offense to that because when my brothers want to talk, you know what they say? I want you to shut the fuck up.
No, I was about to say that's funny how y'all talked about him because that's literally about to be my top. That's crazy. That's literally about to be my topic tomorrow. But it's the way I'm wording it though. I don't want to spoil it though. But I am literally about to talk about Kevin Samuels tomorrow because it's something I noticed.
Hey, can you read that question one more time for me?
uh, which one? Number three. Number three.
Yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
men are praised. I'm about to. If nobody can't see that, I'm about to put my face back up here. Men are praised to take up for women, and women are demonized to take up for men.
Well,
Situational.
Kev, when you get to
uh,
me, you're gonna have to read all of them because I can't see none of
For
this.
sure. For sure.
well, see, I think it's the mindset of you know they they calling a girl a pick Misha
Right.
if she praises a man. They're literally saying, see, when women are in front of men, they have to stand laterally, like left to right, shoulder to shoulder. Can't nobody step forward. Nope. Don't try to step forward and try to make yourself seem like you different, bitch. Sit right here next to me and stand still. As soon as you try to do a little extra shit, now the whole group is against your ass. but uh, but when the men do it, then of course they're gonna sit up there and praise him because he's doing something for them, even if it's not warranted. Like if it's her bad behavior, let's say she came out and just started cussing out this dude for no reason and being disrespectful, talking about she gonna put his face on a t-shirt and all that other shit, and he didn't even do nothing to her. But then a dude would be like, "Yeah, man, there's something wrong with you, dog. You sit up here arguing with a female. You argue with a female. Shut your bitch ass up before I slap your ass to sleep." Yeah, that's just everybody wants to be the hero and everybody wants to be the victim. Women want to be the victim. Men want to be the hero. And
That makes
both
sense.
of those
Right.
motherfuckers get praised. It's kind of stupid, but it's just how we're taught to be. But I'm telling you right now, that shit is changing like a motherfucker, bro.
Mm-mm.
I don't think like nobody's gonna disagree with this. Like it's like okay, yeah, it's facts. Facts.
Nobody. I don't think nobody, especially in this panel. I don't think in this panel. Who would disagree with that? Anybody?
Who would disagree with what?
With what he has said.
I don't disagree.
I'm
I
talking
mean,
about
listen.
the statement on the screen. Number
Oh,
What's
you
the
three.
talking about
first
with the? Oh,
question?
okay.
Yeah. What's the question, Kev?
So the
Can you?
question is, well, I gotta keep. I know my own stuff. I keep looking for, but men are praised for taking up for women, and women are demonized for taking up for men.
I think it depends on the female and how she's coming across. Because you can
Give
take
us
up.
give us an example.
Um,
A woman who takes up for men and y'all don't roast her ass.
I don't care. This like this purposely clear that I don't care what they say. 'Cause so I don't always think like younger
Oh
women.
yeah, you're right.
Let,
You're right.
let's say that. So you could definitely take up for a man. It's just how you deliver. For instance, if it just I just let me think of something right off the top of my head. If somebody be like, oh, these black men ain't da 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 da. Um, I know plenty of black men that are wonderful, and not all of them are six-figure guys. A lot of them are,
Who?
60, $70,000 guys or $50,000 guys, and they're great.
Ma'am, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but in today, these women are going. As soon as you walk out the room, they going roast you. I'm
I
sorry to
said
say that, but that's what they're gonna do.
We
they
attached
They
to the
better
gonna
not.
they gonna
wigs.
call you. They gonna call you all kinds of names and stuff, and that's
But
disrespectful,
but
and it's
let
not
me let
right.
me
But
let me
I'm just
say
letting you know that's how they
let me
act.
but let me say this to you, Saul, and everybody. Don't nobody pay my bills. I pay all
You're
my
right.
bills. Ain't nobody buying me groceries. I'm 63 and I'm probably better off than a lot of these 30 and 40 years old.
Oh,
Ooh, you better say it.
Not to
Won't
mention
he
that
do
I
it?
have not I mentioned that I have an illness. I'm a dialysis patient, but I'm good. And I've been doing dialysis for 20 years. So guess what?
Woo.
I know how to live my life and I know what to do. So I suggest that like like I tell my son and he has get you a Roth account. Stop depending on those 401ks. Things are changing. Nothing is the same like it used to be. Groceries is high, vehicles are high, houses is high. I was in my live today and they was talking about $1,500 electric bills. $1,500 a month for
That's
electric.
crazy.
That's out of
what is
sight.
it? A factory?
No, this is
Yeah,
down in
I
Texas
was
because
tripping.
they have
that
the
sounds like
Something last month.
different
that sounds like
grades.
a
Yeah, they
arcade.
want to come out and read their meters. They take what they did last year and then compare it for a couple of months and then get their bills. Like what? So
Deborah, who you leaving your insurance in your house to?
my son,
Okay, you gonna put it in his name?
my stuff is in a trust.
Oh, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what
Hmm.
I'm talking about.
Some
That's
be
the
trying to
fucking
listen.
right
He
way.
said, oh, "Did I hear something wrong?" Okay, okay. Well,
That's what I'm
Yeah, my
talking
you
son
about.
know
right
you
now.
by his business for sure.
Don't leave shit in nobody's name. Fuck
Mm-mm.
that.
Yeah, because that it's like Donald Trump. He has nothing in his name.
Yeah, own nothing, control everything. Yeah, I
Exactly.
think
I
we're
heard
gonna
that
have to do it.
say. I heard that before. Okay, that makes. Oh no, think of
Yeah,
trouble.
we gotta.
You see, when
Probably
they
got to
own
change the
nothing,
question because this one ain't.
the trust own everything, and everything is owed to the trust. So it's like they pay no taxes really either.
Right. Yep.
So yeah, y'all was in debt.
All right,
Now
so
you do
Then
got to
got
put a caveat to that. You got to put a caveat to that. You got to make sure you know which trust you're putting it in, a revocable trust or irrevocable trust.
yeah, that's true too.
Because there are two different types of trusts that's out there. So yeah, I just throw that out there real quick too.
There got
Now
to
you
be a
don't a revocable trust. Like I always tell people, yeah, do it in a revocable trust. You can do a revocable trust when you're alive, and especially when you're young, due to the fact because you have more control of it. But the only bad thing about it, if somebody decides to sue you, you know, the court can actually literally order you to make that person that's suing you the beneficiary now. So
right.
now you have to
It's
give them the
irrevocable.
money
Mm-hmm.
versus an
But it's
irrevocable trust.
irrevocable.
Irrevocable trust, you can still control it, but now it's actually technically owned by a third party. Where
Mm-hmm.
now it's almost like you ever seen the movie Hitch?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Have you ever seen the movie Hitch, right? And you know when that lady, when the big guy, I forget his name, when he was trying to get that lady's attention and they were in that board meeting and she was asking for money, that was because she had an irrevocable trust. So she had to come to the trustees and ask them for money because there's probably a certain caveat that whoever left her the money they had like for her. Like, okay, what is this money for? They have to ask that type of question. So
Yeah,
irrevocable
but
trust, I always tell,
I was
go
about to
ahead.
say you appoint you appoint your trustees.
No, you do. But what I'm saying,
Yeah.
and that's no, you do. But I'm saying, but they still own it a lot. It's so they technically own it, but you control it. They can't do anything with it unless you say something. But they still basically are like they're there to be like, yo, this is not what you told me to do, bruh. You told me to if I want to borrow money from here, I got to make sure I come with a business plan every time. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. It's all how you structure it. But I
Yeah.
would do it irrevocable every time, even though I may have to spend the money all over again and start all over to make changes. Um, you know, to get somebody off or whatever the case may be. But yeah, it's just all how you structure it. I
Good
mean, you
look,
can
D
make it as
Dub.
difficult as possible. Like Cat said, all his kids got what, 3 degrees or two
Two. He said two.
in
Oh
order to
yeah, I
be
heard that.
a trustee. In order,
Hmm.
and if they get arrested for any,
What the? You must have fought a phone call.
And get you some insurance too.
So
That's
what?
crazy. People don't have insurance. Like that's a gimme. Like not have insurance. It's easy
Well,
Mm.
you
money.
you'd be surprised how many people don't have insurance.
That's insane. Don't have insurance in 2023. Like something happened to you, that's $250,000 to do somebody for you. Like you know what I'm
That's
saying?
great. Yeah, but
And you got different kinds of
a
insurance
lot of
now.
people want to get like that term, and that's you. You need to get whole life insurance. Whole life pay dividends. So, and you can borrow against it as well. So,
You can also borrow against term life also, but you just have to have it set up a certain type of way. Like me personally, I'm not gonna lie, I am a life insurance agent. I always tell people to shoot for term due to the fact because of the whole life process of it. um that money that you put into whole life, you can actually take it and put it somewhere else. So versus, so say for instance, most whole life plans you may have to spend about $500 to get a certain, like once you get to like a quarter million to $1 million, then you have to start taking physicals and stuff. With term, there are some places that I have insurance companies that no matter what, they're going to we're going to give you money. We're going to give you life insurance no matter what. We don't care if you have an illness or not. They're going to now, is your premium going to be a little bit higher, maybe 150 dollars a month, $1,000, even though that's not really much. But when you come down to it and you look at it, when you're somebody that can't get no life insurance whatsoever, I think that's going to be a little bit of a best bet, because I've actually done this where those same companies can do. Uh, okay, all right, I got you here. Um, those same companies, they do the exact same thing when it comes to whole life. They'll be like, okay, look, if we don't want to do no physical, it's going to be $600 a month right off the back, and just in order for us to give you 150,000. So I do tell people term, because there's other things and other avenues you can do with that money. Plus, I'm a financial advisor, so that's one of the reasons why I'll go, hey, let's do term, and we can figure out what to do else with all that other money too that you have, and I can structure your term life to where you can actually have a cash value to come out also.
I don't know. I don't, and maybe because I'm older, I don't suggest no term life. I suggest whole life, because if you get whole life when you're young, like my son got $100,000, and it's only $15 a month. Okay, so if he got sick? Like say I have kidney failure. If he got that, then like if I was trying to get insurance now, it would cost me quite a bit of money. But if you go on and get your whole life insurance now while you're young and you don't have these ailments, and that money is growing in those dividends and you can borrow off it, and if you get sick, it's set. It won't be you trying to get some insurance when you're sick and then you got to pay 150, 200, $600 for, $50,000 worth of insurance. That's not worth it.
No, you are absolutely right when it comes to that. But that's why I always try to get life insurance. But I don't tell them to get whole life at 18. I tell them to get term at 18, because We can do it. We
Well,
can.
that's the rule of 72, right? The rule of 72. You want it depends on your time horizon.
That
Young versus old. It's a difference.
that too. That's another thing, right? Because like with whole life, I've seen some people. I've seen some people with whole life where they outlived and they got $1 million life insurance and they paid $2 million into their policy because
Policy,
they
yeah.
outlived. They live in a lot longer. They live in a lot longer than what they thought they were going to live.
Right, right, right.
So like I always like you can structure it to where you're like, okay, now so say for instance, I can get you so at 18, I can get you, let's say we get you a 60-year term. Let's say since you're 18, we can get you $250,000, $500,000 because we can get you a physical due to the fact because you're young and by statistic standards, especially if you're a woman, by statistic standards, you're going to be healthy, so you're going to ace this physical, and we're going to get you that term for 250,000, and at the same time, your premium we can probably get you at. I think the last policy I did like this that was 3 months ago with an 18-year-old. I think she's paying $35 and some odd cents per month for that term over the course of 60 years now for 250,000.
$35 for 250 for a term.
Yep.
Can that turn into a whole life though?
Yeah, and that's the thing. So we structured it at the age of 60. If she decides that she wants to turn it into a whole life, we can go to whole life. Even though by that time she'll outlive me, but the way the contract and everything is, the way the policy is set up and written out is that you have some policies that after you hit your actual term, you never have to pay anymore. But at the same time, your life insurance is still there.
Yeah, I guess you just need to really read the fine print because some of that term, as that turns out, because it's term.
No. Yeah, that's why I'm saying. That's why if you get a good life, like me, I like to think I'm a good life insurance agent because me, yes, I'm in it for the money, but at the end of the day, especially when it comes to black people, we sit down. Like, you know how majority of the times when you go for a life insurance policy, you and this person may stay an hour or so or two or whatever. No, it's a 3-day process with me, especially if you're black.
So, are you getting them into like a universal term?
No, it's not really necessarily a universal term. It's just the way that when you start to structure things, so this is the thing. One thing I did, and this one YT guy told me, he said, when you get into this game and knowing what you want to do, go study. And he told me these 3 things to study, and I went and studied them. And there's loopholes that a lot of life insurance agents don't even know, that you can set these things up that way to where if you do a 40-year term to where that person's now they got to their 40-year term, that term sets and it's locked in. It's locked in to where now you don't have to pay any more into it, but you still have that money sitting there. So if you happen to pass away, 10, 20 years down the line, that life insurance policy kicks back in, and now that money can be collected by your family, or pay for your funeral and pay for your funeral and pay for your debt and stuff of that nature. That's how I structured it. I'll structure it for that one that stays locked in. So as soon as that term is done, that's the one that's not going to bear $50,000 in debt. That right there, that policy right there, that's the money they're going to come get your debt collectors. Your debt collectors are going to come get that money. Now, the other policy that you just started, that's the policy that's going to bury you. And then so hopefully you don't have $250,000 in debt, because if you don't have, say if you only have, let's say $50,000 in debt, hey, $50,000 of that goes away, and then $200,000 of that goes towards your family, and then that money that's going to bury you also, let's say we get you $150,000, now you can still leave some to your kids.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would hope people don't have no 50. I don't have that. I would hope $50,000 worth of debt.
Yeah, insurance is a
How
very,
much?
very interesting conversation. But go back to the host. What you say?
Yeah,
No,
I'm
I said
sorry. I'm
about to
sorry.
go ahead and get it back started up real quick because I think I
Yeah,
got people that was in the box and stuff too. But
it's the most boring conversation
Doctor
ever, but it's good.
Divinely, said it right? Did you
Yes.
matter of fact, did you ever answer it, DJ? Oh, you did answer number three
Yeah,
earlier, didn't
yeah,
you?
I did. I was
Okay, okay.
very short.
So number three, and then I'm gonna go to number four. That's the juicy one. I can't wait to get that one. Go ahead, Doctor Divinely.
Okay, can you do me a favor? Can you read number
Read it
three
for you. Oh
for me?
yeah, yeah, my thing. Turn it in the mud. I feel you on that. Um, Men are praised to dang. I gotta go close. Men are
Yes.
praised to take up for women. Okay, basically the thing is say, why do you? Why do you think men are praised to take up for women, and women are demonized for taking up for men?
Oh yeah, I kind of agree with everything that everybody was saying. Um, I don't know why it's that way, but I think that in the past we were so used to hearing women not take up for men. And now the tables have turned, right? More men are speaking up and telling their truth. So women are connecting more with the men and listening, saying, and understanding. And so I think they're speaking up more. I think that people that are resistant to that, who don't want to change and grow, they have a problem with it. They're the ones that will call the women pick Mishas or whatever. Um, I think that in the past we've been used to men taking up for women, and so
Mm,
that's something that has been normalized. Like you have the Steve Harveys, you have the panderer Derek Jackson or whatever his name is. I don't like him. Um, who will just kind of promote bad behavior and won't promote accountability. So I think that some people, again, who don't want to grow and change, they really are the ones that are going against it. So I think that's why.
mm, okay, okay. Man, I gotta get this ordering down. I forgot the numbers done switched all around and stuff. I think it's okay, let me see. I think it's this number four about to be the juicy one. Wait a minute. Okay, I think it's Marissa first. Then I think it's Marissa. And then it's okay. So Marissa, um, number four. I know I gotta read it for everybody. Matter of fact, I got it on my phone. I gotta stop looking at the screen, man. So number four. Give me a second. Uh, Tiny words. Um, all right, number four. Women are praised to tell men to be men, and men are demonized to tell women to be women.
First off, you started with me last time, and now I have to start again. Um, I think though that my answer for this one is going to be pretty consistent with my other answers. I think that feminism has given a very bold stance on women to feel that they can be very masculine and be very man.
Mm,
So when a woman does that, other women are going to praise her for it. Um, because we co-sign bad behaviors. Um, and I think that when a man tells a woman to be a woman, then women feel that it's degrading because they're trying to put them back in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant, or
mm,
trying to allude that they are, this lesser status, which I've never understood why women think that being a mother or being, the nurturer in your home is such a bad thing, and why we all look down on it so much, because I think it's, I don't know, I think it's the best gift that you can be given. So I think that it all goes back to feminism.
boy. So hold up, you said this your first time live or first time in my live?
This is my first time ever on live.
Oh man, I like how you talking already, man. I had to
I,
add you over even.
I'm really
Okay.
interested in this topic, especially since you're talking about Kevin Samuels tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
I
it's about to
I
be juicy.
was yeah, I can't wait because when I was like younger, I would have considered myself a feminist, and I started watching Kevin Samuel videos, and I started like really questioning, like, man, why do I do that, and why do I think that that's okay, and like
Hmm.
how did I get here? And so a lot of the changes that I've made in my life have been in the last 5 or 6 years, and it all started with watching his videos. So and I think too, like I watch a lot of this content because it's something that I'm really passionate about, and I really enjoy talking about it. But I think that a lot of times in this gender war, people really are like losing sight of what the goal is, and that's for like men and women to be able to live like peacefully and happily with each other. And like behaviors, and then they also want to change behaviors in men. And I think that if we would all listen to the message as opposed to the way that it's delivered in these lives, everyone is going to be able to hear, and something's going to resonate, like, oh, I do that, maybe I should not twerk at Texaco or whatever Petty said earlier, like, and like men are going to be like, oh, maybe I should say, hey, you shouldn't spend that money. Like, I should put my foot down and like lead my home. Like, we can all benefit from something in all of these lives. And it's really discouraging to like see people so one-sided in the comments all the time. So I don't know.
Wait a
Everybody
minute.
just
I,
open up your mind a little bit.
Wait a minute.
I'm glad.
Freddie
Huh?
said twerking at Texaco.
I think it was Petty, wasn't it? I might
Yeah,
have been
because they
wrong.
be
It's about to be her
they be
turn for
twerking.
coming with that joke, anyways. It's about to be her turn right after, anyways.
Get up off me,
But
dog.
I am glad you found my live. You talking the right talk. I'm for sure gonna send you an invite tomorrow because I'm gonna need, and I'm gonna clip that too because they need to hear this though. But yeah, for sure, man. So I'm okay, cool. So Petty, hey there. How you feel about number? I gotta read it over again for you, or do you remember? I might have to read
Nah,
it over.
go for it. Go ahead, read it. I mean, I
Okay, I
remember it,
got
but
you.
just go for it. Just go
I
for it.
got you. I'm supposed to have it in my hand. What the heck? I'm
See what
slipping.
I mean? You slipping out too. Get it together.
So, why do you think women are praised to tell men to be men, and men are demonized to tell women to be women? Mm,
Mm, okay,
mm.
so don't stop. Okay, so women get praised. It goes back to that. It goes back to that, BS sisterhood thing where it's called and
Oh my.
be a man. Don't be doing this. Act like a man. You're so zesty. You're so triggered. Like they get praised for that. Like, and it's wild to me. And I feel like the reason why is because now men are talking up more. Men are expressing how they feel. Men are saying like, look, this is not what we like, and we not gonna go for it. We've spent too many years catering to y'all, and look where it's gotten us. We don't let y'all run wild and do crazy things, and now y'all out here twerking at Texaco. See, I brought it back for y'all. Don't worry about
Bring it back right.
it.
Bring it back like they did when they was doing, bringing it back.
So it's that, and men are demonized for telling a woman to be a woman. Because let's be real here, women don't take constructive criticism well at all, at all. They just don't. You could tell a woman like, hey, maybe you shouldn't. You can't tell me what to do. I'll do what I want to do, pack my bundles, and call it a day. And it's oh, touche.
He came in the building, boy.
But
Keep
it's
going. This fist is for you. I love it. Go ahead. Just keep going. Keep
plus,
going.
they have it in this thing where nowadays women are like, how dare a man correct me? How dare a
Oh,
man tell me that I'm not acting like a woman? How dare a man tell me that I should be doing A, B, C, and D? Like, who are you? You not my daddy. Yeah, because your daddy didn't do it. So somebody got to. Like, I don't know who's supposed to do it then. Like, he failed. So people picking up the anyhow. So I feel like that's the main reason. If women don't like being told what to do, women also don't like being held accountable. I know there's probably women's in the comments like she chose and but y'all women do not like being held accountable. Y'all don't like being told when y'all wrong. Y'all hate the word fucking no. Y'all hate when somebody tell y'all, look, you shouldn't be doing this for your own
Calm down.
protection. You can't tell I can protect myself. Okay, ma'am, go out there and do that. Um So yeah, I think the times have just changed. God forbid now men are starting to speak up, and God forbid that men nowadays have emotions and they have words and they can express themselves, and it's not no more me man you bro, like and women can't handle that. So yes, women will forever get praised for telling a man to go be a man, which is crazy because how does a woman know how to be a man?
Mm,
I'll never understand that.
who? Mm,
But
wait, repeat that line one more time for me, please. Say it one more time.
I think it's crazy that women can tell a man you, go be a man because y'all don't know what
Mm,
being a man is. And before y'all be like, well, how
mm,
can a man tell me how to be a woman? If you listen to learn instead of listening just to respond, he's trying to tell you how to be a better woman. No, I,
mm.
no person in this world wants to see y'all ass cheeks. No man truly wants to see y'all acting a damn fool. Do y'all know how embarrassing that is when y'all get up on these panels and be showing y'all natural asses? Do y'all know how embarrassing it is for us as other women? Like, of course, not, bruh, not please. Of course, a man's gonna tell you, like, look, that's not womanly. You come on now. You're
Can
not
I say
supposed to
something
be
to that?
twerking at the mobile.
Can I say something to that? Have the since you are you are aware of that, right? Do you not notice that men are not even telling women what they can and can't do no more? They just kind of like leaving them alone. Like, oh, all right, that's
Yes,
what you
that's
want
why
to do.
women
All
are getting
right.
outrageous even more with this. I've noticed now, like, it was like shock value, right? We were all like, "Oh my God, little Kim, you took a picture squatting down. We can see your tuna." You know what I'm saying? Like we were
That was great.
like, you
That
know,
was a great. Hold on, let me make you at 100. Let me give you this little last little, because right now you just
You
did.
see
There
your
you go.
tuna. That should be so funny.
thank you. You know what I'm saying? It was a shock value. Now, it's happens every day that it's not even shocking anymore. It's disgusting, demeaning, and now people are sick of it. Like, yeah, at one point, if you could twerk and your ass cheeks clap, man, we're like, damn, you see that? But now you can't even go to Kroger or Big Y without seeing the shorty clapping her ass cheeks in the produce line. You can't go to Dunkin' Donuts and get your coffee and your croissant sandwich because they too busy twerking their asses for TikTok. It's wild. Like it's no longer a shock value. You're like, damn, again? Y'all doing this again? We still doing
Right.
this? Okay.
I love it here.
And that remind me of when, like when you see a chick get pregnant and then she get pregnant again and be like, oh, okay, it would be congratulate. I was thinking about that
No,
some
what?
years ago. Like, dang, them congratulations be dying down. You like, congratulations. Oh,
That's
okay.
because,
Oh, that's
but that's
cool.
because you know why them congratulations is dying down, because people realize that, hey, if you happy, that's cool, but I don't have to pretend to be happy for you. Like,
Mm.
especially if you're not in a place that you are growing. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, and this is gonna sound petty of me, and this is something I am working on. Whenever a girl pop out with a man or a baby, I'm unfollowing them. I'm unfollowing. The reason I'm unfollowing you is because
He said, I'm
apparently
not doing it.
I'm gonna follow you. And they be like, you unfollow me. Why? You had a man. What was we gonna talk about? What was we gonna talk about? Especially if you knew that I liked you. What were we gonna talk about? So I'm very much like, I'm big on telling people. I don't like telling people what they can and can't do. I just always hit them with the money bag yo line. I'm not saying you can't do what you want to do. You just can't do it with me, respectfully. You can do what you want to do.
I got a
Kev,
whole list of questions for you. You just got up here late too. Oh yeah.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
So,
hey, hey, Kev, can I answer this question next? 'Cause I gotta go. I gotta put my daughter in
all
the
right, for
bath.
sure, for sure, for sure, for sure.
Um, so you don't have to repeat it. So I think I want to look at it. I want to look at it this way too at the same time, right? Um, for years, the reason why for years I always tell people you got to look at it this way. Women have always been able to talk since the start of the 80s, late 85s, early 90s with talk shows. Men got social medias now. This is our talk show. So, like Sister Ali always says, women have gone unchecked for a very long time. Even though she was talking about black women, they have gone unchecked for a very long time. And the reason why you get what you get now, because if a man Because when a man says, "Hey, can you be more of a woman?" Right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially if he's with you, right? Especially if he's with you, he said, "Can you be more of a woman?" It's because there's a certain type of woman he wants you to be. There's a certain type of woman he wants you to be because at the end of the day, you're a reflection of him, just like he's a reflection of you. But then at the same time, I don't think a lot of women understand that their actions actually put men in danger at the same time. And I don't think a lot of women understand that. And like that's one of the things like some people when it comes controversial topic when hey, should you still dress? Can a man tell you, hey, not to dress revealing while you're in a relationship? That's a big topic. And then one of the reasons why most men are the way that they are, one, we understand other men's nature and we understand that there are evil men in the world. We understand that. So if me and you are out and I say, hey, I don't want you to wear that, can you go change something else? If a man, we're out, not saying it's your fault, okay? I want you to understand that, ladies. Not saying it's your fault, but evil men exist, and they would say if a man tries you and says something crazy to you, now you're looking to me to defend you. Now I'm useful to you because I'm dispendable.
Mm.
Kev,
I,
you
I, I
remember we
sit-
had a whole argument about that?
Yeah, we did.
so I
We had a
always say,
whole
yeah. So that's why I use that term. Men men are useful when we're dispendable the vast majority of the times to today's. Now I'm not going to say all women, but the vast majority of when you listen, especially on TikTok, when you hear these women, a lot of women on TikTok, that's what you hear. To me, that's what I hear. I hear men are dispendable, so we don't need men, but we need men, but we only need them when we want them.
Mm. Ouch.
the biggest thing to say to that is that's why I be quick. You gonna sound messed up. That's why I be minding my
What?
business, right? That's why I be minding my business
Hmm.
because you gonna once you put me in a situation to where now it's bad. Like for instance, somebody said, to be honest, I keep saying this. I've never heard black men don't protect black women until social media. I've never heard that.
I've never heard it
I've
either.
never I've never heard that till social media, right?
That's wild.
And and one of my biggest things is I can understand why they would not. What if he put his hands on you, right? And I put my hands on him, and you go back and get with him. What was the point of me doing what I did?
Yep.
You get what I'm saying?
Hey,
Or what if he? What
hey,
if
my
he?
wife, right?
Uh huh.
Hey, I'm sorry. Let me, because let me go. So with that, I love this example. My wife, right? I tell my wife I'm the type of man that I'm so, like, I told my wife before. She asked me if a woman is getting hit in front of you, what are you doing? If it's not a woman in my tribe, I'm just gonna, I'll call the police.
There
Oh,
you
so you're
go.
not gonna help her? No, I am helping her by calling the police.
There you
And
go.
my wife was like, "Oh, that's wrong. That's wrong." So one day we went out to our local gas station. This lady was getting punched in her face by her boyfriend. My wife was like, "Go help her," and I said no. But now when another man came up, because I believe in a battle buddy system. If another man comes up, yeah, I'll go out and help out because now I have another set of eyes that can watch him and can watch her. Given the fact that, given the fact with my past and me going to help women, the people that I helped was the one that did harm to me. I've been pew a few times by those women, but trying to protect them. But I digress, right? So so long story short, my wife, the guy takes the lady's car. My wife is like, let's give her a ride home. So we're driving. The cops pull us over. Now I'm arguing with the police because the police wants my driver's license. I'm like, no, you didn't pull me over for this and blah, blah, blah. Do you know, after all that was said and done, she said, can you drop me off at my boyfriend's house? And I told my wife, I said, now you see why I don't get involved in things of that nature. And she was like, well, I know you looked at it as a woman. I looked at it as a man. That's why when I always tell women, when women go, why do men always, when it comes down to protecting us, when they say we always think of violence? Because the reason why is because when no matter the situation, when we step into it, it's going to be violent regardless. That's why we go to violence.
With men, whenever it's a
That's the
men on man confrontation, it does get violent because there's two alpha males establishing dominance. And I don't
exactly
think
like
women understand that. Like, I can't just tell him, "Hey, stop hitting on her. That's not right." Because if he tell me to turn, if he turn around and be like, "Shut up," because I'll beat you up. Now it's like alpha male, and women don't think that. Women think
nope. Hey Kev,
it
have a
don't
good
work
night,
like
bro.
that.
Hopefully, if I'm done and I put her to sleep and give enough time and you're still up, I'll come back.
Yeah, I could probably about an hour though, but yeah, for sure, brother. Or
All right,
tomorrow's
bro.
gonna be even interesting. We talk about
Yeah, I'll
Kevin
definitely be
Samuels
here
tomorrow,
tomorrow.
so
Yeah, I'll definitely be here tomorrow. All right
so
then.
yeah, for sure, man. Yep.
But don't you think that when you're in a relationship with a man, if you're a man and you're in a relationship, don't you think you should establish, those rules when you get in that relationship with that female? Like, don't you think you need to let her know what type of man you are, and if she can't flow with what you decide is best for the relationship, then maybe you should not be in a relationship with that female. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if you know that you don't want a dominant, totally independent woman, then don't deal with an independent woman. Then you need to get somebody who can flow with you.
Mm-hmm. I
You,
agree with you.
you know what I
Facts.
mean? I'm just saying, because not every female, and then not every man can dictate to you what to do. If you're not in a relationship with this man, okay, I take it with a grain of salt. I'm not in a relationship with these guys. So does it matter? Does it really matter? I mean, when it come down, I know it's TikTok, but I'm saying in your real life, half of these people I wouldn't even deal with in my real life.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Because okay, just like for instance earlier, um, and I'm not going to talk about him because he's not here, but I've listened to him. But I can't dictate to you what to do with your life, or how you need to, or what you even need to do with your life, because nobody really knows what you're doing with your life, or how you're moving in your life. I can't say, hey Geneva, don't do this, don't you be no X4, don't you do the 3X or whatever that is. That's why I told you I'm interested, because I don't really know what it is. But I'm just saying, like, if you are in the if you're a dominatrix, who am I to tell you not to do that? If that's working for you, let it work for you. I'm
Mm-hmm.
just saying.
I think even with that, right? It's just, I think just it's just people care. That's all it is. I actually made a post about that, about the who are you type people and stuff. I think the who are you type people is really trying to just do what they feel is best for the community in general. Because again, we don't want to pass that same thing and teach our children that. And people be forgetting about the children, I guess. But it's just like, besides, because like we noticed that we can't really check the adults or whatever. But that's how I be looking. That's why I be in a lot of these other lives that talk about certain things, because I be trying to think beyond just what's going on now. The thing is, as adults, we gotta eat up whatever we had our experiences and stuff. It is what it is. Take it to the chest. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We can't, because they saying something that might resonate with us and it just hurt our feelings. That's why I can't wait to talk tomorrow and stuff.
But
But
yeah,
like a lot of this time, like a lot of this stuff that's going on, it do have to get talked about, because we don't, like, sex workers, all the other stuff. We don't want that passed on to the kids and making it seem like it's all right. It's not all right. I don't want my little daughter knowing that, oh, you just got to do it and get by and all that stuff. I'm not about to promote that. You know what I'm saying? I
yeah.
understand people have to do
I
what they
mean,
have to do,
you
but
But can I speak on that real quick?
have some morals
Can I
and
can I
values. But
can I
I
speak on that
mean,
real quick?
go
yeah,
ahead.
go ahead.
Real quick, because I do have kids, and I do have I've thought about that. Right, my daughter's seeing certain things online, or even my son seeing certain things online, because whatever you put online is up there. But I'm a little different. You know what I'm saying? Because I love what I do, because I'm able to be me. It took me years and years to figure out me. I don't owe my kids an explanation for me
you owe an explanation for your life, for what you do with your life, because you're not accountable for me. I'm only accountable for me. They can literally, ostracize themselves from me because of what I've done or what I'm still doing right now currently. And that's their choice. I have to accept that. But I always tell my children, no matter what, you do what's best for you. You can go out and be a doctor. This is just a life that I chose, and it's definitely not just for financial gain, right? But I have thought about that. Even with some of the choices of, that's the reason why I don't date, because I don't want anybody meeting my children. That's a choice, right? And I explain that. I don't explain in detail what I do, but when they get older, I'm not going to sugarcoat things for them. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to
Yeah.
definitely let them know I did what I wanted to do. It wasn't because somebody twisted my arm. It wasn't by any force. It's because that's what I wanted to do, because internally I'm a very sexual person. And I don't have casual sapiosexual. So I gravitate towards that, and I have a smooth talk game. It just so happened because
Okay,
I'm
now what is
into
your sapiosexual? What is that?
I'm attracted to the intellectual values of a person.
Okay.
I love the mind of someone. But
Boy.
I also had to change around my life because I'm raising two autistic sons. So I want to
Mhm.
be there for them 100% of the time, but this is a way for me to be free. Now, I don't want them to be me. And I tell my children that all the time. You need to be the furthest thing from me and be you. But you're not accountable for
Hmm.
making any excuses or understanding who I am and what I do, because that's not your journey.
But I do think that what we do affect our children. You can't help but to, whatever you do, good, bad, or indifferent, I do believe it does affect your children.
Right. It does.
You
But
know,
but we
it
have to
That
be
does.
do.
honest
That's
with our
what.
children, because when I joined the military, that affected my children too. My daughter didn't know who I was the first 5 years of her life. She thought I was just some lady. So no matter what choice is going to be, it's going to affect them regardless. There's no such thing as perfection.
Absolutely. I
Yeah,
do
because like
believe
I
that.
said,
I
even if
agree.
we don't feel like it might not impact, it impact. They looking at all this stuff. They might not say nothing, but
Right.
we was once children before too. So yeah,
Absolutely.
I
But
mean,
you
all
know
we
what
can
my
do
And
is
mom used to
really
tell
hope
me?
the best. Cause,
and just
huh?
as long
But
as you know that whatever's done in the dark will come to the light one
Mm.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know
I
what
know
I'm
I got
saying?
to
Like,
answer to that one day. I'm going to have to answer for that.
you
If
you
people do
will
my
answer to
name
it.
online, I'm plastered everywhere. I would have to answer for that. And I'm going to. And whatever their
Hmm.
And
decision concerning me, I'm fair game for that.
With your
Can't change the
truth and
past,
honor
so
and honesty. You know what I'm saying? Because
no,
no
man.
matter what you do, like I said, good, bad, or indifferent, you do have to answer to it, to,
Right.
to somebody. But your truth is your truth.
hmm
That's
Yes.
just honesty. That's all it is. The truth will set you free.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Mhm.
I think I think me and her I could actually well, Kev, you already know I actually agree with that. Like because my parents, my mom and my like grandparents and stuff, they used to always tell me, don't do don't do as what I do, do as what I say. Right? And I used to hate that. That was like one of the biggest things that I was just like, how dare you tell me to just do something that you wouldn't do it, but you would want me to do it. But as I get older, that's why whenever we have a conversation and we bring up kids, I be like, kids is it's totally different from kids and adults. You get what I'm saying? Because do is what I say and not is what I do. Just because I do it, don't mean it's okay for you to do it. And I mean, it's hypocritical, but it's just something I was raised off of when I was younger, and and that's just something that they said to me.
With that being said, that is a contradiction because I always tell my kids, listen, if I tell you to do something, that means I have to do it too as an adult. I have to show by example. I just can't tell them not to do something if I'm out here running the street, I can't tell my children not to run the street. So I got to show them, hey, don't run the street. You know what I mean? I have to lead by example. If you want to be a leader in any situation, that's your first lead is leading your children.
And then when you get a woman, then she see that you're leading the kids the proper way. She's gonna follow behind you and those children. You stop the kids not do this, not do that. I told my dad as I got older, Dad, you telling me not to do what you do, but that's all I see. So it's all I see
Mm.
is what I'm gonna do. If you
Right.
showing me positive,
Yeah,
I'm
emulate.
gonna put out positive. If you're showing me negative, that's what I'm gonna do is negative. So that's why the kids are
Mhm.
the way they are now, because we as an adult, we're not doing the positive, but we always want them to do positive. You know, help me
I think
make
I
sense.
I think it's. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't
Yeah,
even
you
hear
good, boo. You
BK.
good.
I'm
Hey,
sorry.
Miss Matt, a comment so I can invite you up. I don't know what's happening. Just comment and I'm gonna try to invite you up.
Can I add something to this conversation really quickly? I would say that we are our children's first teachers. We set the tone for what's acceptable in this world. And so I used to also hear parents say, do as I say, not as I do. But children do as you do and not what you say. And so you
Mm-hmm.
are there to teach them values and behavior, right? So they observe your behaviors and your actions.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
whatever you model, like if you curse people out when you get mad, your
Mm-hmm.
kids
You're
are
gonna do the
probably
same
going to
thing.
feel like it's okay to curse somebody out when you get
That's
mad.
right.
Like, you know, what's funny to me when parents curse their kids, right? And then when the kid curses, they spank them. I'm like, well, you're cursing, you're showing them how to communicate, but then
That's
you
it.
punish them. That's confusing to children. So we
Yeah.
teach them how to communicate. We teach them about self-esteem and how to value themselves. Like they watch how we value ourselves, and then they take their value from that, right? So whatever we do, kids are watching and they're soaking it in like sponges.
Yes.
But I do agree with when you get older, you are responsible for your behavior, but they still have to pick up the pieces from the damage that may have been done from their parents. We all do.
Mm.
I agree. Absolutely. I mean, and parenting is hard. There's no right or wrong because kids are you kids are different. You know what I mean? Like I only have one kid, but my sister got three kids, and each one of them are like totally different. But their core, because they grew up in an abusive home, is the
Mm-hmm.
same. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? Like they pick abusive men and the patterns,
Mm-hmm.
because this is what they live with, this is what they know, so this is what they emulate. They're different people, however, because that core was set, that was an abusive home. They deal with abuse, whether it's alcoholism, physical abuse, whatever. They're I don't know. I don't know what it is their comfort zone, or I don't know, but they definitely picked up those behaviors.
Yeah. It's all about what they see. It's what they
Exactly.
see is what they pick
Yep.
up.
And
That's
it's
what
also a part of
I'm big on.
evolving.
Practice what you preach.
There's a time, and all of us will be blamed for something when it comes down to our children and they get grown, and we're not going to do everything perfect, right? But when it comes down to life, you teach your children to evolve. You may
Right.
be in a particular situation. If you never teach them evolution, they will never know how to get out of their particular situation. So even
Exactly.
though my situation is what it is right now, you think it's going to be the way it is when they get grown? Absolutely not. And that's a part of evolving. I was a part of a DV marriage, and the way I taught my daughter is how to get out
Who
of it.
drunk?
And I tell her, don't ever get in one, because this is
Right.
where you're going to end up at. But
Right.
I evolved out of that situation. If I would have stayed and become complacent, like a lot of people do, and just contentious with the situation at hand, that is teaching her to stay in that type of situation, and that's all she deserves. We
Right.
forget to evolve.
Definitely got to show our kids all the red flags. Teach them what to look out for in men and women.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We just can't say, hey, watch for this man and watch for this woman. We definitely got to give them the red flags, something that we never was given.
Yeah.
Red
Well,
flag,
and
what to
then you
look out
have to
for.
speak into your kid's life. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You really
Yeah.
have to. I don't know. Like I always, my son is grown, but I've never had a problem with him. I always kept was honest and kept it real and told him what I expected and what was, expected out of him, and he delivered. You know what I'm saying? But you got to set them ground rules. I think now people are very, very complacent when it comes to their kids. They just, first of all, they don't even want to be bothered with them half the time. So, I mean,
Right.
what do you want these kids to
Let me,
do?
let me ask y'all a question. I want to say hi to Kevin in the panel.
What's the deal?
Hey, Miss
Everybody.
Matt.
So
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
gonna be I'm gonna be doing a series.
What the
Mm,
She probably
mm,
got a
mm.
phone call.
perfect timing?
Yeah. So
I'm trying to see. Hey, people in the chat, is this still glitching? I've seen some people saying it's glitching, some people it's not.
So it's not glitching for me.
That's
Yeah,
not glitching for me as well.
I know
I'm
it's
trying to
not
see.
good
It be
for you.
different from the chat sometimes. That's why I'm trying to check the chat and see. Also for you, okay. Some more people.
What was you saying, Miss Matt?
I'm gonna be doing a series.
Can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
It's a
You
little
sound really
better.
far
Sound
away.
right. Sound like you
Okay,
went.
my phone been tripping. Can y'all hear
Okay,
me now?
that's better
We
now.
hear you.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
it's
so I'm
better.
gonna be doing a series that um next and
Uh-oh.
yeah, I want black men to understand there are many dynamics that create that type of household. But I want to address this topic, and I want what y'all talking about is that I want to ask this question: how many of you apologize to your children when you're wrong?
I do it.
I do.
Thank you,
I
Richard.
have most definitely.
I do.
I want to ask another question: can your child correct you if you're wrong? Yes or no?
Yes.
The
Yes.
child
Yes.
correct you?
That sound like that burn right
I
there.
Yeah.
listen to
Yes.
them. So
Absolutely.
Can your
if they're
child correct you?
rational, yes, you should listen.
Okay. So the
I
reason I
mean,
ask this
when
question
you
is
say you're a child, are we talking like a small child or
no,
your
I'm talking
adult
about
child?
your child grown.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you
Oh
scared me
yeah.
for a little. That's okay. I
Yeah.
said that kind of burn a little bit. I ain't even got no kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I corrected my mother
Mommy, you need to kill you.
sometimes when she was wrong. Because nobody's right all the time. And I'm saying this because in the black community, I noticed that mama is above God. She cannot be corrected. And that's part of the problem. That we have a generation of women who cannot be corrected
Hmm.
because it's what mama say go, which we know that's not true. And that we didn't even see our grandfathers correct them. They were just allowed to do whatever they wanted to do, and it just didn't say nothing. So now I think, it says, the scripture says, ye shall know the tree by its fruit, right?
Hmm.
It's in the fruit of 3 generations of mothers with bore children, bore daughters that have not been corrected. Because, like I said, nobody corrected Big Mama, not even Granddaddy. Okay, so I think that's the problem with the fruit of the reproduction of the young women we have now. They lazy when it comes to motherhood, and like Miss Deb say, they don't even want to be bothered with their own children because when we were growing up, we were taught that being a mother was a gift
Mm-hmm.
and that you shouldn't take that for
For
granted.
granted.
So I'm gonna say this: my grandmother was a silent generation. My mother was the baby boomers generation. And a lot of times you have mothers that have not even had a conversation with their daughters. They have not been transparent with their daughters about from child, little girl, to adolescent, to adulthood. There's
Hmm.
no relationship there. There's never
Yeah.
been any relationship, no communication about how to carry myself as a woman in the world. A lot of mothers grew up in the house. A lot of young women have grown up in the house with their mothers, and they've never had a conversation with their mother about nothing. Nothing.
Well, Miss Matt, I mean, I give thanks and homage to all to the ones that came before me. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna say this with grace and humbleness. I'm gonna give all them grace and mercy and understanding. First of all, they wasn't taught
Well, let
how
me finish.
to how to
Let me finish
children. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
what I'm saying to you. Okay, we understand that the silent generation, and Miss Deb understand what I'm talking about. They did not talk to their daughters at all
True.
about nothing. Am I right, Miss Deb?
You right.
Okay. There was a lot of things that my mother did not even know about my grandmother. They just didn't talk. But then you got the baby boomers, like my mother, like he's saying, they weren't taught. But there were mothers like mine that said she refused to be the type of mother who was not transparent, who was refused not to talk. Let me tell you what my grandmother said to my mother. You know what the conversation about birth control was? Don't let no man stick his penis in you without no condom. That was the only conversation she ever had with my mother about sex. Now what is that?
Nothing.
Okay, so my mother said that she refused to be the type of mother who let me go in the world ignorant. And I'm gonna say this: in order for things to change, there has to be some apologizing to these young women from their mothers, Miss Dale, that they have made mistakes and that they have not properly parented their daughters. That's what it's gonna make a change. I know we keep talking about the men and stuff. The men, they play a part in it, but there has to be that conversation with our young women, the millennials and the Gen Z from their mothers, that they have made mistakes and they need to do better. They need to do better. You see how the numbers done dropped because I'm talking about the truth, that they were not taught. Just tell your daughters that you didn't. Just tell them. Be honest, be transparent, and move forward. We cannot continue to walk around in this righteous indignation that I'm your mama, I did the best I could, and don't talk back to me, which is wrong, which is absolutely wrong. So, like I said before, it's hard growing up in a house. I didn't see it, but there are many of my friends who grew up in the house with their mother, and that woman didn't talk to them about nothing. Absolutely nothing. And when you grow up in a world where you don't have a mother to pour into you, she refused. She didn't want you, like Miss Deb said. She didn't want you in the first place. Then she have you, and she has no communication with you about life and about what it's like to be a woman in the world and how to move in the world. You know, we was raised, when I got 18, I was solid. I was prepared to go into the world. But there's so many young women that go into the young world, their mothers don't prepare them for nothing. They just tell them, when they tell you get 18, you got two choices: get out of my house, go to college, or go to the military. And for
Mhm.
boys is different. The boys is different because boys can kind of figure their way out through the world without so much of a backlash. But I just want to make that point, and I want to know what you ladies think about what I'm saying. And you men, yeah, we can give them grace, but the point I want to make is this is 3 generations, 4 generations. This is what has created the destruction of the black family. The black mother burned down the village.
That's it. I'm gonna let everybody else go. Miss Matt, I appreciate you for saying that. And why the parent I feel, and I think that my mom never told my sisters about life. And My
Can I say?
dad never told me about life. The thing about that is, and what I get and what I have understand listening to other people, and is safe for across the board, is the pride and the egos.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the older generation never let down their pride, never let their ego go.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we wasn't taught. That's why the streets had to teach us things that we are learning today. You know what I mean? Because my dad never set me down and told me about what not to do when a woman gets pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
He said, well, hey son, you have a child, you got to man up and take care of it. He ain't tell me about the birds and the bees. I had to learn that in the streets.
That's what I'm saying. And you know what? You shouldn't have had to learn that from the streets.
I agree.
You should have learned that. Like my mother set me down at 10 years old when I had my period. She explained to me what that meant and what that you could get pregnant. That's what I'm saying. We are expecting there's three generations of parents who have neglected their responsibility spiritually, mentally, and emotionally. They have neglected their responsibility as parents. And
Hmm.
not like Miss Deb, she talked to her son, she prepared him for the world. But we have to take accountability that a lot of mothers and fathers have neglected their children. And this is the result of that, my brother. You are absolutely correct. You made a lot of mistakes that you should not have made. But if your parents had sat you down and talked to you about life, we have not
Yes,
taken
ma'am.
our children to the school of life. And this is the result of that. And we got to do things different.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's differently because me and my mother, we didn't have communication. I noticed that my grandmother, who was a part of the silent generation, my mom was a baby boomer. They didn't have any communication whatsoever, and they actually had a very toxic relationship. But when it came down to it, I answered your question in the chat, and I said no. I never got the opportunity to because my mother came to me at 26 and she told me why she treated me the way she did and why she abused me the way she
Hmm.
did for many years, for most of my life, and why she distanced herself. And it was because she was jealous of me.
Hmm.
And I was pregnant at the time, and I got emotional because that was the first time I heard it. That was the first time I ever heard her take accountability. But for so many years I excused her behavior. For so many years I was like, you know what, my mom is my mom, I'm just supposed to love her, this, that, and the third. I refuse to carry that on to my daughters. Especially, I take very precious care of my daughters because I know how it feels to not have that connection and to be able to vocalize and talk and to be able to express. My daughter came to me today and said she was overwhelmed. I would have never told my mother I was overwhelmed. And I had to take accountability for that. And I pulled my daughter out of school today because she said, I am overwhelmed. And I kept asking her why. I was not going to move my car until I got an answer of why. And when I looked her in her eyes, she said, it's just so much going on because I'm losing my stepmom. So, I care about her mental health more than anything in this world. And I protect her peace because right now she doesn't know how to. I'm the protector of that. So I never want to pass down a generational curse. And I actually got the opportunity for my mom to come to me and for me to forgive her. And that took a long time.
There has to be there has to be a level of transparency to our daughters, especially about how. And I'm not saying our sons make things. What about the men? I say, listen, yeah, there are lots of single mothers, but y'all men got to take responsibility because y'all drop seed and leave. I'm gonna say it again. Y'all drop seed and leave. Y'all not excused from that. People always saying that I'm hard on women, but I'm hard on both parties. Yeah. I understand that you may have not been taught how to be a man, but y'all drop seed and leave, and the mother is stuck with the children. But the point I'm saying to us, we have to do things differently with these children. We really do, because if we don't, we're gonna create a whole bunch of another generation of people who do not know how to communicate, who do not know how to they don't have any coping skills. That's it right there. They don't know how to cope. There's a young man in my own hometown, who unalived himself. He put a gun to his head and unalived himself. He just graduated from high school.
Can I talk next?
Go ahead, Leon.
I just want to respond to Miss Met. I'm so glad you brought this subject up because you are so right. We got a young lady right now that's 13 and she started her monthly, right? She have no female in the home, but her grandpa is taking care of her and he can't even talk to her. He can't even talk to her about how to take care of herself. All he did was complain to my daughter about what's going on. So we had to actually step up. So the community have to step up to help these young ladies out and these young men out, you know? We literally have to step up because some of these older generations cannot handle it or they just don't know how to express themselves to these younger generations.
He's a man though. He don't know how to have that conversation with her. So I agree with you.
Well, to that, I totally get what Miss May is saying, because even I didn't know about how to be this type of guy, how to be responsible. You know what I'm saying? One thing that I've learned, I wanted to learn, was how to be responsible for my children. Can nobody teach me that? I had to learn that. I knew the fact that I knew I wanted kids, and I know that ain't no other man gonna take care of my children. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing that I learned. That's one step for me for being a man, is take responsibility for what I help produce, what I help drop the seeds in. You know what I mean? I wish all men can get that concept and understand, hey, this is your legacy that you leaving for somebody else to take on that responsibility. And most men have to understand this is why we have some generations of women disliking men and vice versa. So
Facts.
we have to continue to drive hard on this topic about men and women responsibilities. We got to hold these men and women accountable for dropping seeds, dropping off, leaving them with the mothers. I wish that everybody, men and women, at least make an attempt to do right by the ones that didn't ask to be here. I dropped it and I'll leave it there.
Yeah,
Okay, there you go. Hey.
but I'm gonna say this though. I'm learning, and I want Miss Dale to take y'all to push this. That and Miss Leona, the reason they can't receive from us, they don't trust us.
Mm,
They don't trust us. Yeah, we the elders, but there has to be a certain level of trust and trust to point on parents. How can they? How? Why should they listen to us?
Yeah, you're right.
So
You
there has
are
to
right.
be a level of trust established, certain level of fellowship and friendship there for them to listen to us.
hmm
They're not like us. We
You-
did what we was told as far as do what I say, don't ask me no questions.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
we can't operate with them like that because they've already been disappointed and let down by their parents and their village. So there has to be a certain level of trust for them to listen to us. How we can do that? I've been really thinking about this thing, Kev. How can we do that? I don't have the answer. I'm still trying to work through that myself. But there has to be a certain level of trust established there for them to listen to us as our elders.
But
I
as
That's
I
what
grew
know.
I'm
I
up,
know
as I
how.
grew up,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
uh, as I grew up and became an adult and had my own kids, I changed it. I changed it. I taught my kids what to do. I taught my kids how to take care of themselves, you know? So as parents, we have to change from the old generations to the new generations. You know, these new people that's coming up. We have to we can't do what our parents did back in the days. We have to come forward and talk to our kids ourselves.
mm.
Hmm.
And they'll
And
and,
that's.
and it'll
Oh,
keep
sorry.
rolling on, you know. We do it, then it'll go to the next generation, and it keep going and keep going.
Right. It's just being human. It's just it's being human. I'm
Yeah.
human with my children. I'm not just um their disciplinary. I'm not just their mom. I'm not just their parent. I had parents. I didn't know my parents personally. You know what I'm saying? And I open how old they are, how much they can intake at the time. But
Oh.
I'm sorry, Kev.
No, I'm not saying
Um,
my bad. My bad. My bad.
but and
I was just talking in the
I'm
comments.
not saying I'm perfect at all, but I just learned from like I was on a panel with Miss Met, and like I told Miss Met before, I took from my mom, and I didn't blame her for things. I just took what she gave me, and then I decided what am I going to do with my children concerning that information that she gave me. And it's just being human. I tell my kids all the time, yeah, I did this when I was a teenager. Yeah, I did that. Yeah, I had, whatever it is that I need to inform them of so that they have a connection to knowing who I am as a person so that they do trust me. Because how can I gain trust or how can I receive any trust if I don't know you and you don't know me?
Mm.
We have to learn our children too. And that word trust, oh, I'm about to get emotional, Kev.
Let it out. Let it out, because you still holding on to some things. Let
My
it out.
daughter today trusted me to tell me how she felt. I don't think I had a moment where I trusted my mother to say, I'm down, because I didn't believe that she would either care or that she would have any type of impact. I felt like she was going to push me away, and that's exactly what she did. When your child trusts you, you save them.
Mm.
Because there's so many children right now unaliving themselves. There's so many children that are taking street pharmacy. There's so many children that are getting, I'm talking about, if y'all was to see Snapchat and children in middle school with their parents, smoking and
Mm.
pum pums,
Yep.
unaliving themselves, where are the parents? They don't care about them. They don't know them. They had them for other purposes other than becoming a parent. They're blaming other people for their decisions and how
Hmm.
they brought them into this world. They're not owning the fact that they're parents and just having that connection, period, in life. How many children would have been saved this year alone had the parents been of knowing of who their children are and the children know who their parents are? My daughter put Life 360 on my phone to know where I'm at all times.
Mm.
I got
And it
that app
wasn't
too.
because I pushed her to do it. It wasn't
Hmm.
because I'm
Hmm.
overbearing. I give her options because in life, the reality is she will have options.
Right.
I say, if you choose to do this right now, this could be your outcomes. Because why? I dealt with those outcomes. I'm not going to sugarcoat and act like I'm so perfect. Look at me. Just do what I say. And then I got all this turmoil and mess, and I have issues, and I cry, and I get emotional, and I get detached, and all these other things. I have to be vocal. Why wouldn't I want to share that with my family, my children? Those
Right.
are mine.
Exactly.
Why would I not want to share that piece of my world with them when that is supposed to be for them? If I ain't got it for nobody else, I got it for them. And I'm going to give the beginning and the last to them because they deserve it.
So I'm gonna say this for
I'd like to add something. For those of you who know me, I was a single parent of four, three girls and one boy for a long time. And, our relationship is still strong to this day, even though we have gone through challenges, if you will. But at sometimes, the end of every month, we normally have a weekend dinner and breakfast. So my daughter asked me, one of my daughters asked me if I would change anything. And my answer to them was no, because they're all healthy, they're all prominent working people of society. And I know that I didn't have a book on how to do it. And believe me, they let me know the errors of my raising them. But to just if you treat it with if would you treat them in the course of love, with love throughout, you know You may not do everything right, but they will love you and respect you for it. I have a relationship with all four of my children, and I should say all eight because my wife, she has four children, three girls and one boy, the same. But we have a great relationship, you know, and it's all due to communication. And it's all due to saying, yeah, I know I was wrong. My daughter told me I disagreed with her, but my youngest daughter told me that she remembers my conversation about sex, and she was partially joking, you know, but she said she remembers the conversation with me about sex was, you know, are you having sex or are you, you know, sexually active? And she said no. And I said, you wouldn't tell me anyway, and walked away. Now, I don't remember that, but that's how she recalls it, you know. And I try to talk to all my daughters about, you know, how, you know, boys they're going to go through, especially my son too, because I didn't want him out here thinking that he was going to be the Mr. I'm having a baby, or my girl's having a baby, you know, Mr. Baby's daddy. But in those things, the only thing I could do is apologize for my errors and hope that not only did I learn from them, that they learned from them, and being open to error and apology. I think they really respected that. I'm not going to argue with them if they say I did this wrong. I'm not going to do that, even if I have a different recollection of it, you know, because I know I couldn't have done everything right. I didn't even have a father raising up. You know, I was raised in New York State Division of Youth. You
So
know, and I
Phil,
was determined to not let that happen to my children.
so let me just say this. Phil, I'm gonna come down, but I'm gonna do this series. Um, Jane, I want you to be a part of this series. You and Kev, but I have to come down. It's probably I'll let you know. I'll put it post on my page, but I'm gonna talk about what creates a single black mother. That's gonna be the series, and I want you guys to be a part of it. We got to talk about this stuff. So with that, I come down and thank you so much for having me up.
Yeah, for
Okay.
sure. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Miss Matt. Oh, your topic that made me cry, girl. Yes, ma'am.
Well, at least we know you're human. Hey, there you go. See? You know what I'm saying?
Right?
Right?
Look at
Right?
that.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with a few tears every now and again.
Uh,
Right.
it's healthy for you.
Yeah.
Boy, it's gonna drop down. Watch this number go to 300 tomorrow. Sorry, we go ahead.
How do they
Yeah, I had to
find
take
the spaces like that? Because they came in here quick when it was me and Saul. I'm like, how y'all figure this out?
Probably
right.
got high five.
Oh, sweet. It's some toxicness. Nope, this ain't that top of life, man.
Whenever
I'm
people
sorry.
I can disagree. I didn't disagree with so many people up here. And still to this day, no, this is TikTok. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
I'm still gonna respect what people say. And
yeah,
most of the people that I like on TikTok, I don't agree with a lot of things that they say, but they have an
yeah,
independent mindset. So I
yeah.
like people that think on their own. You
That's what I
know,
appreciate you.
it's up to
Appreciate about you. You know,
How
you
long
did
you
a
been
good
up?
job.
How long you been up,
I'm
Kev?
glad you ain't, get out of character and stuff.
Man,
So
I'm
I
definitely
love it. I love it, man. He did a wonderful job, man.
I had
Kev, how
my
long you been up?
phone.
What'd you say?
How long you been up?
Oh, you talking about me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've been up since this morning.
No, I'm talking about your live, man.
Oh, I've been up since work. But no, it's I've been on since like 6:30, close to 6:30. Yeah, a little bit after 6:30. Yeah.
It's going on 10 o'clock.
Hmm.
Yeah, I must have
The,
been going through it.
the lie was so good. I'm like, I usually try to go to bed by 10, but I said I do 10:15 today.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna get your name correct one of these days. But right now, um, the lady down at the bottom, below me.
G.I.
Jane.
Jane.
How you say?
G.I. Jane. It's because I'm
G.I.
bald
Jane.
headed.
I got you.
Yeah, dang.
Now
How you gonna
listen,
you can't mess that up?
Don't talk about it. Will
what you
Smith
said,
smack you.
what you said earlier about
Boy Kev
what
in the
you
building.
when you talk to your kids and the truth. I had to do the same thing with my son and my daughter. The two oldest, I put it like that. Um, but I had to be honest. I couldn't sugarcoat it. I couldn't lie to them. I just had to be honest. Now, do I go into depth about it? No. I told him, hey, dad, your dad is flawed. I have my flaws. You know what I'm saying? And I had to show them. I cried in front of them because what I told them that no one asked y'all to be here. Y'all didn't ask to be here. So that was my responsibility as a parent to let y'all know no matter what happened between me and your mom, the love was always there. You know what I mean? I couldn't sugarcoat it. I had to tell them facts. You know what I mean? And a lot of people say it was down on me because I said it to my kids. I said, first of all, you can't tell me how to raise my children if you're not saying the same thing to your kids. So I respect you and what you said earlier. That's that's powerful.
Thank you, BK. Can I be real personal with PK? Oh, I said PK. BK.
She said, I'm gonna mess your name up since you messed mine up.
Stop. Can I be real personal
Patty, sorry, no, I'm talking to
and real transparent?
Sure.
Transparent. My oldest daughter came from Grape.
Mm.
So I had to become very forgiving, and then I had to make the decision of whether, if I make a determination and then I terminate this pregnancy, what
Mm-hmm.
if this is my only gift?
Mm.
So,
right. Yeah.
and then I had to come to terms with that's something I just wouldn't agree to do. So with my oldest, it was like all I have is a blank slate.
Right.
And then when you have to be that honest with your child, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What else are you going to face? You know what I'm saying? You only have the opportunity to change generational curses.
That's it.
Does she have a
You
relationship with
know.
her father?
Well, I was great. We actually last year,
Agree.
she asked about who he was, and I showed her a Facebook, and then she sent him a message, and he still couldn't come to terms with how she got here.
Mm.
And that was something that I had to go back and forth with concerning, should I even allow this to happen, or what do I do? That's the mystery of what I chose to do, which was have my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
So no, he's not supposed to ever talk to me ever in life, but she's here. So had to overcome a lot of things.
Oh wow.
That's a
I am
deep
so
situation.
sorry that it happened to you. I'm sorry it happened to anyone because no one deserved that.
I agree.
Nobody, no woman, no man deserved that type of trauma on them. And again, I do apologize on behalf of no, no what, no, I'm not. But I apologize that that happened to you. Can't, don't feel sorry for no man like that. Don't feel sorry for him.
Yeah.
Whatever he gets in life, he needs to get. That's man. Anyway, whew,
Thank
okay.
you, BK.
Mm, well, seems like
It's
we
I mean,
ran
alright.
the room
sometimes
over a little
My
bit. It got
bad.
deep. I
My
know.
bad.
Sometimes we forget feel it though. It's up to, we gotta make changes because it is a wild world out here, man. We gotta shine a light to at least our children, at least, you know what I'm saying? So all of us done go
right.
through stuff, and we want to try to make sure we can avoid our children going through the same exact things and stuff. So, I'm a firm believer that we know everything happened for a reason and stuff, but
even though we might not like it. But it's just it's. I always say it ain't really to be stuck in. It's to learn from, grow from, or adapt. Or, yeah, learn, grow from, and adapt or adapt with. That's what the three choices we have in life to move forward. Otherwise,
But
you just gonna be stuck. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't none of the three.
but I think
But
sometimes we forget how traumatizing life can be for a woman. You know, like when she said, you know, what she said, it just got quiet. Like, you know, we nobody expected to hear that. And, you know, I think sometimes we need to really reevaluate the struggle of women and black women for that matter. You know, we really need to reevaluate and give them a little bit more, more kudos than what we have been in the past.
Yeah. It's still some 304s out here though. You know. Still some 304s. I'm just trying to lighten the mood because I didn't want to make it dark, you know.
I mean,
But
it is what it is. No, I mean,
yeah.
people need to hear this though. 30 some
Yep.
people in here. They need to at least hear. Um, good that and that's what I like about that situation because I heard. I mean, hearing your story, and I met you a long time ago, back when I was kicking it with this one chick, but not a long story about her. But I met you a while ago. That's what I liked about you you just you keep it real about your life. You honest with yourself, and you don't keep that victim mentality. Even though you can be like a lot of the people that do that, you know what I'm saying. You grow from your situation, and that's you know what I'm saying. You got to I'm glad that you could be like, you know what I'm saying, you better basically just shine the light on the situation to show that you able to get out of situations like that or look at things in a different way instead of just being stuck because a lot of people um like I said they just and it'd be hard to talk to some people like that. I ain't gonna even lie. But I can understand it though. But it's just me myself, I just don't want people to get stuck. You know what I'm saying? Just because I care about people in general. I just don't want them to be stuck. Um but it's good that you because I'm pretty sure people hear you and they see and they damn, I don't even know how to trying to make sure I gotta talk. I
You
don't want to
about to
make sure I
yawn
say
and
that.
burp.
Uh,
I said you about to yarn and burp.
I don't know what I was about to do. I just was kind of I ain't got no burp though. I need some more. But yeah,
I thought he's getting coked up.
I just ain't want to make sure. I try to make sure I don't say it because I don't try to. I mean, I don't talk too fast and I'm saying something wrong by mistake. Especially after just talking about that. But I was just basically just saying that people needed to hear that. I'm put it that way. So
Yeah. Can't stay in those situations. You know what I'm saying? In a situation and she ended up, you know, leaving this world, my mother, in that situation where she had so much built up frustration and pain and just so much agony. And I don't see my children, and I have four, and I don't see my children as you are this person. They're them. The life that they will have
Mhm.
depends on who I put in their life, how I orchestrate my life. Like you guys were saying earlier, things I need to change about me, they are going to be my reflection, you know. And everything that I'm telling you some real shit, Kev. Everything that I ever wanted to do in life, I wanted to be a singer. She sings. I
Mhm.
wanted a child that was going to be a good listener because I wasn't a good listener, and she's a good listener. You know what I'm saying? All the great qualities that I would have picked for myself are now on her. So there are blessings behind a lot of things that happen, and you can't stay stuck because you're definitely going to miss the blessing. Now, what if I
Mhm.
was mean to her and made that choice? Well, she didn't ask to
Right.
be here, and I had plenty of opportunity to not bring her here. And I had plenty of days and decisions that I could have made. But I thought about it and I said, this is my time where I can really treat this child before I even knew who the child was. I can really change things. And this may be my only chance to be able to change things. I had to get over things quickly, and that's something that my father taught me. You have to learn how to forgive yourself. Forgiveness is for
Mm.
self. It's a very selfish action. And I don't forgive his actions because at the end of the day, he has to forgive himself because that's what he's deemed to have as his burden. I'm not carrying that. My child is not a burden. What he did is his burden. And that's something that will, it will be in his face until the end of the days. But as far as, my daughter, she's absolutely perfect. She could have graduated this year. She's only
Mm-hmm.
15 years old.
Mm.
I'm keeping her in school because she needs the opportunity. She doesn't want to because of our conversations, because
Mm.
she's a good listener. She helps me. You know what I'm saying? As far as like, I have Crohn's disease, I have
She get it
MS
from her
now.
mom.
She helps. As far as if I need a glass of water because she hear me choking, she gonna bring me a glass of water. And I don't have to ask her. That's not her responsibility. She just wants to. What if I would have gave all that up
Mm. Right.
behind
That's
somebody else's
that
burden?
curse you said you breaking, man. That's what it is. It could have been worse. It could have. That's good. So
But
that
brother,
shows right there. And then it's like the opposite too, because you say your mother was like jealous of you, right?
She was jealous of my
And you could have
complexion.
played that role like, dang, she doing everything that I wanted to do, but it's the opposite effect. You actually proud. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it be sometimes. You gotta be. It's like because everybody, you gotta realize that. And I think I talked to you a while about this. That situations happen in our life is for a reason, and we got to realize or put ourselves in other people's shoes because everybody don't think like us. Even your own mother don't think like you and stuff. So it's obvious that you outgrew her, and that's the whole goal. Is you always want to try to be better, and that's what parents be wanting to say, right? But then so when that ego get in, it's like, "Who you think you is? I brought you in this world and stuff." That's why they be acting like after that. But that's a prime example of being better than what your parents once was or something like that, and you will hope the best. You same for your daughter. You hope that to keep on continue to. That's how you make the be a better world in a way. Everybody got to better or learn from each other.
Kev, you know how crazy my mama was? Okay, this is the last anecdotal situation. She was so crazy because my daddy raised me, right? She was so
Yeah.
crazy that she left my daddy, who was a provider, protector. He spoke soft. He still speaks softly. I never heard him talk to my mother out of pocket or screamed on her, nothing. I always heard him because he slid his feet when he walked. So now my stepmom, even though and to be honest with you, my stepmom was a side chick. They've been together since 97. They've been married since
Oh,
1997.
you got a heck of a story, though. That's crazy. It's like a
Yeah,
movie.
she was, yeah.
Oh
That's
my.
why I'm writing a book.
Oh my. You for sure. Please do that. That is wild. That is
But yeah, she
wild.
left him because he slid his feet, and then she always talked badly about him, and he was nothing of what she stated. I realized that she was the immature person. She was the one that couldn't let things go. And even as a child, I was like, it's a problem with that.
Yeah. And that make you more of a, forgiving of the situation because you understand. You understand. And it gets to a point in time where you end up understanding a person more than they understand themselves. That's the predicament I've been getting in lately. The more I've been working on myself. And it just be like that. Then you got no choice but to like, I'm gonna say you got no choice, but you try to, when you understand them, you learn how to forgive them and stuff like, well, they really don't know no better. You know what I'm saying? You kind of give them grace. That's all it is. So yeah.
And I meant to say also because he left her money on the kitchen table, and that made her feel like she was a slore. That's another reason why she left. Ain't that sad?
Man, sliding the feet already got me.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That's some baby boomers that Miss Met was talking about.
But I ain't going to the dark place. Boy,
Go ahead, BK.
man, listen. Ooh, I don't know how to. I'm gonna put this mild and blunt as I can. Put it mildly first. I don't know who's listening, and I care less to all the guys that has to grape a woman, you coward, ninja, whatever you want to call them. That's what y'all are, man. Y'all need to chill with this ish, man. This is ridiculous. If you can't buy it, don't take it. This like, man, oh, this gets on my nerve. I hear so many of our black women that go through this on a. I can count on. I can't even count on my hands of how many times I heard stories from black women going through this, and then they have to be left there to deal with this type of trauma, to unpack and to be able to live a normal life, and then able to constantly uh cater to us after this happened. And I understand why these women are not wanting to be with us as black men. So black men, whatever y'all doing, please stop. You know what I'm saying? Get out here, go to work, pay for it if you have to. Don't take it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I never. mm. Anyway, all right, I'm done rapping. I'm done because I got a child. I have a daughter of my own. I on a lava MF for this for my daughter, man. I would go to prison happily. This happened to my daughter or to my son. I would find ain't no place on this earth I would not look for mine. Ain't no place on this work on this earth you can hide.
Yeah,
And I would go to prison happily.
yeah, but then you put the blame back on her because now she's going to feel like you're someplace due to something that happened to her. And I understand how you feel. I feel the same way. I have six daughters altogether, and I would act to, you know, go to war for every one of them. Okay, but it is a tragic. It's a tragic thing that has no racial barrier, but it's just a tragic thing that some men are. They think that this is something that they could get away with. You know, and that's tragic within itself. You know, and we do have to do better. We have to teach better. We have to start at home. My two sons. I have to start with them. I have to earn their respect, keep their respect so that they would listen to me. And when I say, you know, this is not something that you do. The son that I raised uh, before I was married, uh, I had to let him know this is not an option for you to fight your sisters back. This is not something that we're going to tolerate at all. And that's where it started from. It started when he was little. You don't have the option to hit them back, you know, if something goes awry. You're going to have to think on your feet or deal with me. Bottom line. And that's where it starts. That's where it has to happen at. It has to happen at home. And we have to, every chance we get to talk to a young, here's a story. And I swear, I could not have imagined how I would handle it. And matter of fact, as I fled toward the situation, I had to think about it. Two of my daughters, my oldest two, well, oldest and next oldest, were over a friend's house, and the little brother, they came home and told me that the little brother had touched them. And so immediately, I went across the street, and as I saw the little boy, I had to take the opportunity to sit down with him, talk to him, tell him this is an offense that will cause you to be arrested. You cannot put your hands on a female without them telling you it's all right or, mutual. And I tried to break it down to him in a way that he would understand it. Till this day, we have a relationship, if only on Facebook now. We have a relationship. And I commend him at raising his little girl who was his dream. I mean, the love of his life. And I don't know what impact that 15-minute conversation me and him had, but I'm glad that I handled it the way that I did and not the way that I felt like handling.
On to a lighter note. Sorry,
Yeah.
y'all.
What happened?
Um, nothing. I just like, moving on to another subject.
Oh,
My
I
bad,
was
y'all.
letting y'all rock out. I only got 4 minutes.
Yeah.
But hey, at least we getting it. We gotta get all this out, man. For real, stuff gotta be heard, man. Gotta be heard, man. See how real this world is, man. A lot of these
Facts.
people living in delusion stuff, but that's the main reason why we preach about what we preach about. You know what I'm saying? Just to avoid situations like that. But people don't be wanting to listen. They want to keep continue doing them and stuff and get mad when it comes to some type of, you know, whatever. It's just weird. I don't know. But we try to do things or say things to keep people from learning from the hard way or learning the hard way.
Yeah. No,
I never answered the last one.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Okay. Can you read it? Cause it's a little
I
can't
know
see.
it's tiny and it's behind
Yeah.
people and stuff. But let
okay.
me see. I got
These
you.
eyes aren't great anymore.
Amen. To be blank. Men are themselves and telling a woman.
Remember, Kev, I'm middle aged.
That's
I
crazy.
am. My
You 1 year
bones
older
don't
than
feel like
me.
it.
Wow.
These
Got me
bones
about
don't.
1 year. That mean I'm a old man. Say no.
Got you by 1 year. Good gracious.
Yeah, she got me about 1 year. I'm about to be 33 in a couple weeks.
Wow. Babies.
Here you go.
Tell this back. This back don't feel like a baby. This
That
Uh
back
back
don't
oh.
feel like
Me,
a back.
That's
Still got a grip.
bad.
it barely got a grip.
Y'all, you still got a grip.
He said it's
Oh,
still wet.
grip.
It's still wet back there a
I
little
thought he
bit.
said gristle. You
Still
said
a little
gristle.
wet back
I
Yeah.
there.
hear that. Yeah, she ain't never gonna get old. But women are praised to tell. What did it say,
Women,
Kev?
I got you. I got you. Women are praised to tell a man to be a man, and men are demonized to tell a woman to be a woman.
Yep.
Why do
We
you think?
because we live in a backwards society. Um, and we're women are praised concerning a lot of things. I mean, you can see that on movies
Mm-hmm.
where women within our community we can slap, throw grits, and everybody cheering and clapping and everything. And like Petty said earlier, how can we, recognize what a man is supposed to be able to tell a man that he's supposed to be a man, unless we're masculine?
Mm. Mm.
That's why you don't hear men saying, "Well, you should be more of a woman," or whatever, whatever. They don't say that. I've
Right.
never heard a man say that.
Never heard that one. I
I
need you
rarely
to.
hear it.
I need you to be more aggressive. Well, maybe he's
Mm.
on something else though. But yeah, we talking about the other one. So forgot how
Mm.
people heads go. Be
Right.
You
aggressive,
never hear the man
just
say it
like that.
because you never hear the man say it because they act. They don't just say it. They just roll out. They just don't deal
Mm,
with it. That's why you don't
mm.
hear them say it because they just deal with it. They leave and go somewhere else. They don't deal with you. That's how that
Oh yeah,
goes.
we ain't playing nah. We ain't about it. I
Right.
told you that silent war about to be real. I'm telling you, man. We done trying to talk. They ain't trying to listen. It's a wrap.
Well, I feel like it should be expressed. Always be expressed.
We
And
tried. Did work.
I think it's
it's an
more.
internal
No, it's getting
problem if
to a
you don't
point
want to
that if
hear
we
it.
express it, they not even trying to take it. Then we be like, well,
So
Yeah,
Yeah, they
just
on
call
to
you
the
using
next.
don't
We
all
ain't
kind
keep
about
of
to even put
trying.
no
language.
pressure on it no more.
Don't
right.
keep trying because now you're being a codependent. Don't do that. Just get up
Hmm.
and leave.
Exactly.
But I feel
Uh,
like a lot of us don't hear the truth. And a lot of people get on this app and they say, well, these are echo chambers and there's no conclusion to it. And why do we have to talk about this? Because it's prevalent.
Right. It's terrible. I had to leave the damn
You about to make
country.
this room jump back up to 500 again.
I
Oh,
hey,
right.
hey,
Look at
hey,
that.
I
To
had to
start
leave the
what,
damn
arguing
country.
what,
It pissed
like
me off so
thousands.
bad.
right?
But can I add
What,
to that conversation about my
What
thoughts
you got,
about
Doc?
the
oh
last
yeah.
one? I agree with what you just said. That was beautifully said. I think the phrase "be a man"
Impersonation of
is
Draco
used
Malfoy.
by women to pressure men into conforming to what they think the man should be. It's a form of manipulation
Mm.
Mm.
because it implies that men one can't be vulnerable. It implies that they can't express their emotions or they shouldn't express emotions or they shouldn't seek help or show any signs of whatever we call weakness, right? So it's that woman's way of manipulating that man. If you say be a man, he's going to try to prove himself to her,
Mm.
and it's harmful because it enforces rigid, negative, stereotypical gender roles, and it limits the expression of the man, and it
Mm.
also harms his emotional well-being. And
Mm.
so telling a woman to woman up, it's not equivalent, right? The phrase is not really that common because it doesn't affect a woman in the same way because women are given permission to be vulnerable, to make excuses for their behaviors, to blame the man for their outcome. So if somebody says be a woman, it might be annoying, but it doesn't imply that the woman is not really being a woman. So I would say it's harmful when a woman says that to a man, and it's rooted in manipulation.
Mhm.
Mm.
Mm. Okay, I hear you, doctor. I see why it's doctor. Okay.
I agree
On
with you
that
guys.
diagnose them problems real quick. I know.
Do you think that also tethers into what Kev was saying? Because Kevin Petty was talking about earlier how we were talking about the children and the what did she call it? The husband sons.
Oh, husband, sons, right.
Yeah. Do you think that that also tethers into single mothers saying that they did raise boys into men to the fullest capacity instead of just saying they did their best?
Mm.
Because I could not raise a man to the fullest capacity
I
being
agree with
Right.
feminine. So, do you think that also tethers into that since we're telling men to be men? Okay, because now women think that they're completely transforming boys into men by single parenthood?
And they definitely not.
Yeah, and that, yeah, they definitely you cannot as a woman, you
I, got-
cannot raise oh, I'm sorry. Did I cut somebody off? I apologize.
I was just saying they definitely not because I got four sisters that raised punks because they didn't have no dads. And they all workless.
Hey.
Right.
you.
Yeah, a woman can't raise a man because a woman doesn't know what it feels like or they don't have the experience of a man, so there's no possible way you can gauge whether you're doing it the right way. Can you raise a human being? Yes, right? Hopefully that boy will have influences by their uncles and fathers or teachers or the
Right,
men in their community, right? Because they are looking up. Just because it's a single mom, it doesn't mean that he's not watching the football coach or, the
right.
basketball coach and emulating. Sometimes he's watching television, unfortunately, watching these and imitating that
Right.
behavior, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, they
but
let
I
that entertain them. Yeah.
Right. So a
Exactly.
woman
Exactly.
cannot you cannot give him biologically what's inherently in him as a man. You can't do that. You don't have that power,
Mm.
Mhm.
right?
Facts.
Ouch.
At all. So no, you cannot raise a man, but you can raise a human being.
Facts. And I
Ouch.
feel like even tethering that to it, I feel like we should not be sitting around listening to any more of our quote unquote sisters saying, I'm gonna celebrate Father's Day and I'm gonna celebrate Mother's Day because it's humanly impossible for you to be a father and a mother.
Oh, is you trying to do this at the last minute like that for real?
My
You
bad.
trying to make it 200 that fast when I'm trying to go to sleep?
My
Girl,
bad.
man, you
Say
better
it louder for the women
What
in
you
the
mean
back.
by that?
GI, you better say that. You better say that for the ones
Say
in
it
the
again.
background.
And can I add this? Listen, those same women that are celebrating
Oh, they
Father's Day and their fathers, are they also taking accountability for making bad decisions when it comes to the men that they chose?
nope,
Mm,
Shoot,
mm,
this was the
mm,
noise
nope,
you
nope,
gonna hear.
mm.
nope.
nope.
They will quickly say, well, it was the man. The man had
Hmm.
her. I was like, what?
The
Or the
man.
laughter thereof.
It's 50-50. I don't see how it's all on the man. I
I
gotta
sat
go
on
live
top
and
of him, and it was his fault.
man. Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna tell you this. I don't know who believes in God. I do, but
I do.
when I always say
I
this to
do.
people, when God has you sitting in that seat and He says, "I want you to account for your behavior, your decisions, and your actions," He's not gonna say, "What does your baby daddy do?"
Ooh.
Mm,
Facts.
mm, mm, mm,
So you
What
better
did
mm,
you
take it
do?
mm,
on earth before you get up there. You know.
mm,
So
mm,
it's
mm,
best for
mm.
each person to take accountability for themselves and not blame other people. Just say,
Hmm.
"Listen, I made a bad decision," or "Nobody ever told
I
me how
like
to
her
choose."
money.
I know what that means. Some of these women don't know what that means.
I'm
You
gonna
know
be
Hey,
why?
honest. Nobody
Because they
sat me down
categorize it.
and
I'm
nobody sat
sorry.
me down and said, "Here's how you choose a man." And I watched my grandfather be a great man, but I'm gonna be honest. I watched my grandmother kind of run the household. My grandfather paid; he took care of the finances, but my grandmother ran the household, and my grandfather was quiet. So what Miss Matt said is true. My
yep.
grandfather didn't chastise my grandmother, but I'm gonna tell you this:
Mm.
my grandmother respected my grandfather like he was a king, right? When we had and people could disagree, but when we had Thanksgiving, my grandfather got the first plate. He never demanded it. She just gave him that. So for
Mm-hmm.
me, for my partner, I bring him his plate of food. He never demanded it or requested it, but it's an act of love. I give it to him. I
Where's
make
the
his plate
women
and I
at?
take it when he's done and I wash the dishes, right? Because that's my way of showing love. So we have to be taught what that looks like. And a lot of people have not seen that example
Hmm.
of what that is supposed to be. So
Right,
when they hear it, they're like, feed him his plate. Oh, cook for him. I'm not doing that because they believe the hype, right?
right, right.
So we
Hmm.
have to be retrained. We have to be re-socialized to respect our men. I always say that God made men. It's something biologically in them to desire respect because He told the woman that you must respect your husband, and He told the man you must love your wife. He didn't tell the man to
Hmm.
respect his wife. He didn't tell the woman to
Right.
love her husband because he knows that the main problem that the woman would have is to respect her husband. And that means
Hey,
to admire him, to let him lead, to think highly of him.
am I?
That's something that we got to work on as women.
Who
Mm-hmm.
is it?
Dr.
Who is it talking?
Divinely, guess what? They can't make them no plate because most of them can't cook.
I
So how
remember.
you going? Because I did bring my husband plates because we had to eat. I
Hmm.
What?
didn't think, oh, I'm doing this and this is just the decision I'm going to make and I'm going to write and journal it down. We had to eat.
You got to feed
And
them.
I love to cook. So I made plates. And yes, he got the first plate. Why?
There
Because
you
he
go.
went out and bought home the bacon.
There
But you
you
got to
go.
remember that's
And
something that's also.
even if he didn't, he still can get the first plate.
He sure
Oh my
can,
God.
child.
First
It
plate
might
of
be because
noodles.
I only date black men. It might be an issue
Oodles and
concerning the
noodles.
fact that he might have lost the job because of the color of his skin. So we gonna go deep with it. He's hungry. I'ma
Oh,
feed him.
Come on now.
Mm.
But you have
Come
to
I
on now.
learned
remember
how
this
to
is
cook from
this
something
is
that
too
has
much for me. I
I
can't
learned how
be
to cook from
listening to
my
women talk
grandmother
like this on here. Chill.
and
This is a.
a man. I learned how to cook from a grandmother and a man. I would say, listen, we don't cook because we cook better necessarily, because there's some men that can cook you under the table. But
Mm-hmm.
again, it's a sign of respect and love, right? And we have to think about how I like this man. I want to take care of him, right? I don't want to argue. I don't want to be contentious. Why not show that love? But again, we have to be examples and we have to show some of the younger women and older women, unfortunately, what love
Why?
looks like because they don't always know.
Why?
Right.
Why?
And
yeah.
Why
that's
do?
facts too, because my daddy can cook. And that's his kitchen. He don't allow nobody in his kitchen.
Kev, Kev,
That's funny.
Everybody's good.
None of my wives was able to cook. I had to cook every wife. I'm on my fourth, and I was the cook. in the house.
Well,
Mm.
Yeah,
I
I'm a
cook
real estate agent in
outside.
your life.
None of them could cook.
I cook outside. My wife cooks inside. Every now and then I'll take over on something, but
I
I'm the
think that's all
grill
right.
and
I'll
gritter
cook it.
man.
When I get my wife, I'm gonna cook outside and inside. We can switch up.
Right.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
let me stop.
Let me how to
Cook
make
out,
greens. Tell you, make them cook.
man.
I'm glad my
Kev,
mama taught me how to cook. I'd have starved.
in your life. I'm gonna stop coming in your life.
My ex-husband could not cook, but I definitely lied to him and said that the meal was great because I know he tried his best. That was the last and only meal
That's
he
Making
made.
cold
sure you
blooded.
make it.
So okay, let me ask y'all this question. Let me ask y'all ladies this question. If you said it, Gi, that if your husband or your man can't cook, will you tell him or will you just lie to him?
I lied to my ex-husband.
Oop.
Today, Jane, no, I'm gonna tell him the truth. But
Mm,
21-year-old Jane, I lied. Because he tried
Baby,
his best.
these
So he did a good job because he was trying to impress me. And I'm not gonna shoot the impression down.
okay.
But the food was terrible.
you had the
I was
nasty
just said
face while you
nice
was
try.
eating
I
it.
was just said nice try. Let me teach you.
Exactly. What
Yes.
happened to teacher? That's what I
I
was gonna
just took
say.
over. Nah.
Baby, I
Say,
got you.
baby, let's make a meal together.
Woo, nah.
We'll
If
get
you
in there
would have had
together.
that
I'm gonna
pork
touch
chop,
your hands and we're gonna sprinkle this salt on that
What?
food.
This is breathtaking. This is really breathtaking.
the pork
Yeah, kid.
chop
I
was
know.
salty and it was
Yeah.
burnt and it was undercooked at the same time. We not finna play
Good
all
Where
of
they
grief.
do that at?
this.
Crispy on the outside.
You bold.
Yeah,
He was
kid.
trying to
You better tell
microwave.
us, man, if
He
you're
was
trying to live.
he was trying to
Hey,
microwave.
go on, Kev. I'm not coming to your live. You don't have no drama in your live. I ain't coming back.
I ain't coming back.
I'm just messing.
Man.
I got
This
some
is
drama
refreshing.
for you.
No, you don't.
Mitch should always clean the bathroom.
Oh, okay. I'll do that. I love a clean bathroom. Okay. I will clean the bathroom.
I
I
was
love a
I
clean
don't
military,
take
so
out
I know I was a
trash.
better cleaner. Also, I was military. It was like that ain't
bathroom.
clean.
Hmm.
I'm like, this is how
I
you
met
clean.
some guys that clean way better. Yep, you right.
I'm gonna let you clean it, man. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you. I have a little slight OCD because I ain't gonna let you clean it. I got to do that. The bathroom in the kitchen. I can't do it.
Well, my wife she cleans, but I can't stand when she go near that dishwasher. She be having things just thrown in there, piled to the top. Just stay away from the
Gonna put
And
her
you
on
handle the
spot like
dishwasher.
that?
dishwasher.
Hey, Leona, a nasty bathroom to me tells me even though your house clean, you're still nasty to me.
Mm-hmm. Bathroom,
Still
With
nasty
nasty.
your
bathroom.
nasty ass. Like, literally.
I walk. I walked in.
Mhm.
I walked into somebody's house and I had to use the bathroom real bad. Number one. Uh, I walked in. I had to go so bad. I looked at that toilet in that tub. I said, "Oh," I said, "Look, I'm going to the house."
Say less.
Man,
Right.
that right there for me is
I
my pet
asked my little
peeve.
brother. I asked my little brother, he's 24, and I know he's dating and stuff. He doesn't have any kids, thank God, but I know he's dating. So I told him instead of sending selfies, tell her to take a picture of the back of her toilet. Send it to you.
Mm, damn.
Oh my.
Wow.
Wow. Did he do it?
Hmm. He does it all the time
Wow.
now.
Love it.
Right. Look at the
That's how you vet them, huh?
Hmm.
Wow.
I like that idea. I might tell my son to
Yeah,
do
right?
the same.
Man, look, I gotta go ahead and talk to my son. So Kev, I'm not coming back to your live ever again because you got too many like-minded people in this group, man. You
Ninja
know,
spotlight.
Yeah,
doctor.
if you want some 400,000 or 500,000 people in your lives, you got to have controversy. Yeah, that craziness. Man, you got the Lord knows that people when they're common sense
Yeah,
talking.
yeah,
Listen,
that part.
I've gotten blocked off of a live for making common sense. Okay, I've gotten blocked, and then Somebody called me a feminist one time. I was like, before I even
Oh,
spoke, I was like, wow, can I talk first?
right.
But one thing for sure, Kev Live live up to his name. Laugh and learn. Laugh or learn, you know.
Hmm.
So it live up to the name, that's for sure. That's why I always be listening, but then every now and then I come up, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, I missed
I
out
love
on Miss Matt. I had to drop out, but y'all was having a good conversation, so I missed some of it. So I definitely will be back. And I followed you.
Yeah, Doc. We definitely appreciate
All
your
right.
comments, your input. As well. Appreciate it, Jane. You know what I mean? Hey, yeah, hey, be strong, my sister. You know what I mean?
Thank
Hey,
you.
if any way, shape, form, or fashion, you need some, advice or whatever. You know what I mean? You know where to find me at. You know what I mean? But
Yes,
nah.
and I follow back. Thank
Yes, you know what I
you.
mean. Stay strong, my sister. I know
Yeah.
you got it. You know what I'm saying? You be able to overcome all endeavors that happens in your life, whether good or bad, you know what I mean? But praise God that it be good. Everything be good from this point forward. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a nice prayer. That's a
Thank
nice
In
you.
prayer.
agreement with that.
Yeah,
In agreement.
yeah,
Thank you so
me too.
much.
But you know what? This is a group I could tell people who have lived and experienced things that they could share, and that's what's important right there. It ain't about trying to prove who you are, who's better, who's worse. If
Yeah,
you got something to share towards a conversation, and you got positive input, to where people literally say, "Dang, I won't stop and listen." You know,
Right.
that's what.
And I appreciate you for being transparent as well and open up, you know, and so that we can understand each other. Misery doesn't always need company.
that's it. That's absolutely true.
Hmm.
But
That is absolutely
sometimes
true.
within situations of turmoil or something that's traumatic, you can give each other company concerning that without having to sit in it, right? Or what do they call it? Trauma bonding. It wasn't us
Right.
trauma bonding, it was us speaking of and celebrating where we are
Right.
now from where we used to be. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Listen,
Kev
I'm
helps me
always open.
comfortable.
Yeah. I'm always open. You know what I mean? I come in Kev live and I be in other people live. There's only two lives that I feel like that I can open up a little, and then Kev live. It seems like I just open up way too daggone much. But
Mm-hmm. Because Kev couch
stop
comfortable in
coming.
his house.
Yeah. I mean, and I like the fact that his topic, his main thing, we hold people accountable.
Yeah,
You know
but
what
you
I mean?
Yeah.
DK,
We
Yeah,
bro.
that's the thing, man. Got to.
You
and I
DK.
and I
That's
got
why I'm about to weave out a lot of people that don't like it, man. It is what it is, man.
it is it is
Everybody got to get held accountable, man. No matter how the situation, that's the only way we gonna be able to grow. And if everybody think they know everything, you don't need to be in here. If you know everything, I don't know everything. Shoot,
acknowledge
I
it,
know
man.
I need to get checked. So I mean, what the heck make you so special? Ain't no human, and people be acting like they perfect. They say they not perfect, but they act like at the same time. It don't make sense to me though. But
Yeah. Yeah.
they be
No.
saying
No
one thing,
flaw.
but all of us need one another, man, because we need to hit things from different angles and stuff. And I ain't talking about that
Right.
stuff y'all talking about. Get the freaky stuff out of here. I'm
But
just
if you
saying
And
it,
not
man.
always
though,
and I always tell people you can learn from all the way from a 3-year old all the way up to an 80-year old. The 3-year old can teach you something, believe it or
that's
not, because
right.
they
Right.
haven't been tainted. So so they
That's
see the
right.
world much more differently than we teach from everybody. They be on their age discriminating. You don't know you came from this generation, X or W or whatever the hell. So it's like, what? I'm like,
Look,
Yeah,
I always say a wise
W.
man was once a great fool, right?
Mm,
exactly.
So
that's a good one.
listen, I got my wisdom because I made a lot of mistakes, but I learned from it. And
That's
I
what
don't
you
have
do.
any shame. I think it's beauty in learning and growth. You get to pass that information down to other people.
Yep.
Yeah.
You
There's a
That's
Yep.
the
beauty
deal.
in there's a beauty in living to tell about it.
know.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm telling you, grace kept me alive a lot of the time. So listen, it's not because I made all the right decisions, but God was looking out for me because I was a fool. You watch out for babies and fools, as they say.
But that's right.
So,
That's that. But God, you got it right there.
uh-huh.
Because
Yep.
I
So
know in
many
my
people
life.
just want to be the success story, but
Yeah.
success comes from failure.
Yes.
I
But for
know when
me,
my life changed, and then bug guy, period,
Oh yeah, all the
I knew,
time.
I knew when my life changed when I had my son. That's when when I really changed and I looked at the world different. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Because
Yeah.
before my child, I was on a path of destruction. I mean, I wanted to fight. I wanted to pume pume. I wanted to do anything necessary to get the hurt from off me, but didn't
hmm
realize that, it took one time for me to go sit behind those cold walls, you know what I mean, for 24, 72 hours to make me realize that, hey, this is not the way for me. You know what I mean? This
Yeah.
ain't my
Some,
life.
yeah.
This ain't
Some
my
people have to
lifestyle.
learn the hard way. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah.
And when I went
What?
to say, yeah, and when even when saying that, you have to be open minded.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? When you say you don't want to do it or it ain't gonna help, you're already defeated. You're already a step
Right.
back, ten steps.
Yeah.
So I tell anybody, and I say this, get counseling. If you feel some type of way and you can't control your emotions, you don't know where your emotions are coming from, talk to somebody. Get some get
Hmm.
some good help because I say I'm a product of it does work.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And my life
hmm
changed for the better when I had my son. You know what I mean? And that to me was a eye opener. That changed my whole world, my whole outlook on life. You know what I mean? If I could
That'll
tell
do
all
it.
the men that, I tell them that a million times so they can understand. You know what I mean? I know it takes some people the hard way, but it doesn't take the hard way. Just listening to understand. So then you don't make that mistake again. Not saying you're not going to make mistakes, because that's like you said, mistakes you can learn from.
Right.
Mistakes can
Well,
help you build your character.
right.
And
Actually,
that goes
responsibility
with
will
everything
make
you
you
do.
grow.
And that goes with everything you
Responsibility,
do. Your job, your
responsibility.
business, anything you do. Learn
Yep.
from the mistake. You know?
So for
But
the
responsibility will make you grow. Responsibility will make you grow. My best man told me that he remembers one thing he remembers is me with my newborn because me and her mother had broken up. But she was like, I'm not keeping the baby. So I took my oldest daughter, and he said he remembered me going back and forth to the laundromat, carrying her back and forth to the laundromat. You know, responsibility ain't no joke, and you're gonna grow from it. It's either gonna make you or it's gonna break you.
Yeah. There you go.
Mhm.
And
there
it
you go.
reminded myself when you said that with the laundromat thing. I remember raising my son by himself. He just turned 18. Yeah, I had to raise him by myself. So yeah,
Wow, yeah, I know that's
I
tough.
remember them days. Walking to the laundromat with my son, 2 years old, 3 years old.
In the daggone snow.
Yeah, yeah. I remember them days.
And listen, Kev, you're gonna be
My mom
crying in
wasn't
the
no
morning.
daggone good. Rolled out. Yeah.
You could be crying in the car. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you. When you're on your way to work tomorrow, you can be crying.
Who's that?
Kev, Kev gonna be crying in the car in
Yeah,
the
you
morning.
right. You right. You right. I'm over here sitting here looking at my.
Yeah.
But
What time you
yeah,
got for
I'm
work,
about to
man?
get. Yeah, let me get it energized and stuff, man. I'm gonna be on tomorrow. I got something nice and sweaty for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Bring y'all towels.
Oh Lord.
What
Word
Well,
time
up.
you
I
got for
think
work?
I don't know if that came out right, but yeah.
yeah,
But
that
yeah,
didn't come
Yeah.
out right.
I
Yeah,
pray. I'm
no,
trying
that
I
didn't.
wonder.
I'm trying to hurry now and hurry up and go to bed. I'm talking crazy, but I appreciate y'all, man, and I might see y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna be on the rest of the week, so you already know. I got my 2 days off. It's raining like crazy over here too, man.
Yeah, get
Mhm.
you some sleep. Good night, y'all.
All
All
right,
right, y'all be
appreciate
Good
blessed.
night,
Y'all be
All
safe
everybody.
right.
out there.
It was a
Good night,
pleasure.
it.
everybody. I appreciate it talking to everybody.
All
All right,
right,
Kev.
Yeah.
Third.
for sure, for sure. I thought I hit the button.